I didn't plan it right. Hey guys. I hope you guys somebody's there. I hope somebody is here. I hope somebody shows up. I don't think I did it right. What's going on? I don't see anybody in the stream. I see one. One. Okay. Welcome to the hey to the one-way conversation. No. I'm kidding. Well, okay. Okay. Now Happy New Year to you too from LA, Louisiana. Not the California one, but happy New Year to you and yours. And uh, I'm still not really good with this whole holiday stuff. It really, and it's just like bam, 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 Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's. And you're like, okay, you're laying in bed texting your cousin. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Cousins or you're like best friends, your first best friends. What's up, AKA the cat lady? How you been doing? It's good to see you. It really is. Y'all, I scheduled it. I scheduled it for January 31st. I was like, okay, whatever. I threw it up there so fast, knowing damn good and well I was gonna show, I planned on showing up today or sometime today. I made it though, and not late. I'm not after midnight, right? The crazy thing is, I was in labor 25 years ago when all you were partying like it was 1999. I was watching Tom Brokaw, and and I say that because, you know, I was it was the Y2K bug. Remember the Y2K bug? Speaking of the end of the world, Armageddon type of an agenda. And I was in labor from 8 o'clock. Let's see, December 31st, 8 o'clock. Let's just say 20. Let's say it's today, 25 years ago. I was in labor from 8 o'clock this morning, just say, until 12:10 p.m. tomorrow. You know, 12 hours from now. It was 28 hours of labor, and it was so worth it, y'all. That's when I became a mother, and oh my god, it's also I can't help but it don't. Yeah, it does. My daughter shares a birthday with Joseph Smith, and my son shares a birthday with Melanie Damn Gibb. So, you know, as above, so below, I guess. I don't know. The party don't start till I stumble in. Oh gosh, I was. It reminded me of Kesha uh, walking in like P Diddy or whatever. I was like, oh my god, that's what went through my mind. Speaking of songs, what are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? Happy mama anniversary. Thank you. That's so sweet, MB. I appreciate that. It just it's you're forever changed. Happy New Year to you too, Miss Dora. It's good to see you. I feel like I never get to tell you how much your presence here means to me. All of you, but Miss Dora, she just comes in and she just says her thing, and then but she's always here. Hey, Jeannie Marie, how are you? What you doing tonight? What are you guys doing? Why are y'all on here with me? Oh my god, I used to well, let me back it up. Okay, so y'all were oh. Okay, I just heard fireworks and I'm like, okay, I'm looking at the time. Oh, okay, okay. And how about some PTSD in the house right here? Oh my god. I need some gummies. Oh, wow. Oh, Mufasa? Cool. It was fun. I have fireworks to blow off in about an hour. Awesome. That's good. Y'all, it bothers me. Look, I don't know why. I'm a Taurus. I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but I think I'd have more fun watching like burning $100 bill or something. I don't if it's somebody else's, buying or whatever. It still bothers me. I'm just like, you just light it on fire, and then but I mean, it is cool. Frank Vandersloot does it, for his whole community all the time. So I don't know if Carrie Ann will be in here. What's up, girl? If you do run by, Oh, man. Um, I tried also to do 4 minutes for you, yeah. They're going off right now. Yeah. It's so distracting. An hour away? Okay, so y'all are behind some of you are behind me. A lot of you are behind. More west than east, I guess. Anybody from the East Coast that already rang in the new year? That was the whole point of me watching Tom Brokaw 25 years ago. I was like the Y2K bug. I mean, I wasn't like freaking out like extremo, Lori or anything. Prepper pride, none of that. But I was definitely like, really? So the computers are just gonna like, they're not gonna know to go to from 1999 to 2000. And I live by all the refineries. Okay, a very huge port of Lake Charles. We've got refineries everywhere. And I was just like, well, that'd be about right. I'm giving birth, I'm in labor, and uh, at least I'm in a hospital, right? So I was just like, okay, well, if it's already, flipping over for other countries and other time zones, then I'm good, right? My mom was a nervous wreck 25 years ago. She had just lost her husband, my late stepfather, who died. He died November 14th of 1999. And I remember I came home from my doctor's appointment, and my doctor, both times with my children, were wrong on their sexes. Like, second time around, I was like, "So it's opposite of what you're saying is what you're telling. So it's not a boy, right? Okay." I mean, I didn't have a girl name picked out. I mean, I didn't have a boy name picked out for Zach at all. We had dresses. I mean, big old baby shower right before my mom or my stepfather died. Like the week before he died, and then he passed away, and that was horrible. I mean, it's just one of those moments, and I mean, my mom, nobody gets to tell her how to grieve, right? Nobody gets to tell anybody how to grieve. But, it's like it seems like death seems to rob a lot of relationship. Well, it seems to rob a lot of time that I could have with my mom. I think, that's just me one-sided. But, what can you do? So, um, but I mean, she met Larry soon after, not soon after, but Zach was a little bitty baby. And I'm so glad she met Larry. I love Larry to death. I couldn't ask for a better stepfather, bonus father, dad, grandfather for my children, just mate for my mom. It's anyways, y'all have seen him before, She did good. Oh, thank you, Miss Mojo. Remember for 22 months. I never think to look right there where it says that. I'm like, why do other people say however many months? And so here I am. I'm late to the party, as always. Oh, Happy New Year. Okay. Okay, I know, right? I'm just kidding. What, y'all want me to sing? Old Long Lay or whatever it's called? I wonder if there's a song. I mean, thank you again, Miss Mojo, before I just mumble myself into circles even more. Let me YouTube Studio, and I'll look for some jam and try not to play it so loud where you can't hear me. That was funny. That was funny. But Happy New Year's to you. Thank y'all for being here always through this whole journey to justice. Journey to justice through understanding is the best way it's been put. I learned that from KJ, just justice through understanding. I didn't really know what justice looked like to me years ago, But I've had plenty of years now to think about it, and that really does make the most sense. It resonates with me. Econo, right? And it says best choice, doctor choice. And I'm like, no choice. That's why we're here. Broke choice. Anyways, there's some people that don't have food, so I'm grateful. I'm just saying, you know, I have to be a smart ass somewhere. Let me look real quick. Where okay, creator music, I guess. I don't ever come in here. Let's see. Let me do New Year. I wish I could, I even thought about just playing damn music and just whatever because, I like to just, it just sucks having all these restrictions, you know. Let me put your library. No, I don't think so. Search assistant. Let's be honest. YouTube's never helpful. They're not very, yeah, view free tracks. Free, free, free. And copyright free. How about copyright free? Oh, let me search again. God dang it. I ain't got time for all this. I'm a slow processor. Available, license available. Oh, you know what that means. Oh, I see. I see. I see. I guess. Hold on. Hold up. Oh, there's somebody that it's New Year's Day and it says Tim Easton. I wonder if we're related. Joking. Oh, and I always and now y'all with the way the whole music industry has, you know, I mean, it's been doing that since it began. All of that Hollywood weird stuff. But I can't help but resonate and I mean, I used to like live and feel through music. It's just kind of how, music would help me vent or feel creative or um fill a void or just it was just so healing for me. And ever since everything happened and, with Lori and Chad and all the destruction and pain, um, with everything that comes with that, um, and just trying to study, trying to get justice through understanding, trying to understand Mormonism the best I can. I'm not perfect. And I don't ever I don't if I do ever come off as I'm perfect and I know more than you or anybody else for that matter, smack me down anytime. Everybody needs humbling. I do believe it's constructive, like we can all get out of hand. But I tore away from listening and healing and experiencing life through music and dove headfirst into reading transcripts from podcasts that are Mormonism, LDS based. And I'm just like, what? What does this mean? What does that mean? Oh my God, and just with my little basis or knowledge of, uh, Catholicism, I mean, really just that it was nothing elaborate. It's anyway, so I didn't really have a good baseline, but I don't know. I know right from wrong. I know when stuff looks a little inverted now for sure. Not all the time, but it's getting tricky. Did y'all see yesterday these all cost money. Let me do this. I'm trying to be damn accommodating. um what I mean none of these, because they're like YouTube songs. So they it's like just some random name and some whatever. Okay, hold on. Let me shut up and let me do this. I should have had this done. I mean, this tool is just so not helpful. It gives me too many damn options. Well, anyways, be forgot. Okay. I don't know all the words, but I remember like listening to U2, like the band U2, New Year's Day, even though it has nothing to do really with my son's birth. Uh, it just songs. I'm like a human uh iPod or something, and the song changes all the damn time. Anybody else like that, or is it just me? And very OCD. Just asking. I'm asking for me. Light them if you got them. Well, one, and a smoke. How's your drinking going, Roxy? Oh, I enjoyed the ones you sent me. Okay, American Pie, Don McLean, The Day the Music Died. That they was singing "Bye Bye Miss American Pie." Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Yeah, I looked that up Sunday because the music has died in my life. Right? That's another loss, right? I mean, I'm trying not to feel dead inside, but it's just whoa, hello, that was very close. Sorry. Whew. Y'all, I mean, it's been tough. Um, I don't know. It has. There's other things, there's other aspects of my life that I don't get to open up about. And yeah, okay, I'm feeling it. So let me back that up. So I don't go there. It's just whew, let's light a cigarette on that. On that note, I know I'm not alone in this, but then all the other things, the music world, just the bullshit that's going on, the fall gate or whatever. I was just like, Is that why my man is sick again? Is that why he's been coughing again for days? Is that why he's been sleeping? Like it's like a attack on humanity, and it hurts me. It hurts my heart so bad, and it pisses me off, um, more than I knew. Oh, what happened? Music is good for you. The smoke, where's it burning right now? What's on fire right now? Puff puff give, right? Here you go. Um, yeah, that was unexpected. Anyways, I don't know. It's just a lot. Oh, I'm trying to get my shit together. I looked up a few songs too because that song, "Don't You Worry About the Clothes I'm Wearing," dun, 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 dun. I didn't know I knew that line, and then I knew "It's Still Rock and Roll to Me," okay? That's it. That's it. I know the beat, I know the the way it goes, but I don't know the lyrics. I never was good at that. Well, ever since Uncle Charles died, I learned to start looking lyrics up, and whoa. But I looked that song up yesterday, Billy Joel, um, "Still Rock and Roll to Me," because I was just like, well, I mean, only it keeps repeating, not all the time, but it randomly, but way more often than not. And I looked it up, and it just really was about, like, to me, it made me think about the music industry and how Billy Joel, or in that song, the lyrics were saying that, he just, "Well, what's wrong with how I look now?" Or, "Why do I have to be all fancy and to be a brand, basically? Why I gotta diddle?" That he didn't say that, but I'm sure he was thinking it. I'm just saying. And I mean, these again, like, these aren't my genre of songs. Like, these were these are like mom songs, you know what I'm saying? And it's crazy because it's like, I mean, I love the 80s. I don't that could have been in the 70s for all I know. And I mean, I came into this world in 1978, right? Like a wrecking ball on time. My mom said it was the only time I was on time. And I believe her because yeah. But I mean, I've looked up there was a long time ago after Uncle Charles was murdered and we were evacuated for Hurricane Laura. We just found out about the kids. They, 2020, June 9th, 2020. And then we had that hurricane, and then we had another hurricane. It was freaking crazy. Trauma Tour 2020, right? Well, let me puff this. They end up going out. Hey, babe, how are you? I'm glad you're here. I love you. Just be you. Yeah. I love that you're here, and I love that you feel comfortable, Jean. I do. I know I laugh a lot of things off, and it's just my way of getting through it. I'm not saying it's right, but it's just I don't know any other way. It's just so crazy the stuff that I read, that we go over, that we learn. It is ridiculous. It is so out there, and it's so hard. Not I'm a realist. I really I think I am. I'm not really sure, but I like truth. It doesn't always feel good. It doesn't always make me feel warm and fuzzy inside, but I appreciate it because I can get around. I can absorb truth, and I can, process truth, and I can know where I need to go, where it needs to go in my unorganized filing system. But I could not, uh, a lie. I'm just like, okay, well, it's so many extra steps, and I hate doing stuff twice, much less any more times than that. It gets ridiculous and redundant. I can't stand doing something more times than needed. So I like to be efficient in that sense. I'd rather you hurt my feelings with the truth than lie to me. That's yeah, totally. Appreciate it. And there's been nothing but lies, 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 lies every step of this way, you know. And that's just right here. That's just right here with Lori. And I mean, I'm just, that's what this channel is about. The damn woman has governed my life. I mean, they are, me and Jason were thinking of a saying or a quote or something for 2025, right? And I was like, staying alive in 2025, that's about all I got, And I don't want to just stay alive. I don't want him to just stay alive. I want us to stay alive and be alive. I just want to be alive. I want to live, if ever there is such a thing. I'm sure there's people doing it right now, but I've, sometimes, no, a lot of times I feel like I'm stuck in the mud, and like I'm running in place, minus, any calories coming off, but it just seems so stagnant sometimes. However, in Chad Daybell fashion, we're moving into the second segment of this justice journey. So he was moving into the second segment of his life when he did what he did, him and his concubine. And here we are moving into the second leg of this, which is the last leg of this. We're midways. We are at the hinge point, so to speak. Being alive in 2025. That's beauty miss. Thank you, Jean. Yeah, that's. And I was even like exposing the beehive, but I mean that too. Yeah, I'm game. game. It just I do feel a lot of, um, ease, relief, s whatever that means in this scope. That the things that I've, been correlating and lining up with the other belief system, or the same belief system of Gordon Bowen and Hamblin and Levitt and Frankie, all the whole roll, and there's so many more. I was listening to a video last night about it was this guy who had gone to a bunch of, Tony Robbins, like, guru. I don't remember their names. My god, let me mute because here goes my throat. Damn fog gate. Oh, I didn't mute the whole time? Oh my god. I'm so sorry. I'm a dork. I was thinking, "Oh my god, I need to unmute myself because I'm making all this racket." I'm glad I didn't go any further than that, if you know what I mean. Okay, Tony Robbins. Tony Robbins. Well, this guy, or I wrote his name down, but it's really irrelevant at this point. So, and I also started laying out like bullet points or I don't even know, chapters it could be, or topics, that this entails, that way I can start outlining this damn thing. It's a biggie. Okay. And okay, so my hair looks crazy. It says, Tony Robbins, this guy who has gone to all the guru classes, even I don't know the names. Anyways, I wrote it down. Believes that Tony Robbins uses Christianity to lure people into his, and I stopped right there. And then it says, oh, here I was bouncing around. That damn ADHD. Well, we're gonna learn about the fog real quick. See what I'm saying? I'm my own damn worst enemy. Mm-mm. I love you, Jason, if you're still listening. Okay. Mm-mm. Well, actually, y'all, my notes are rather funny, actually. Just random. I'm like, oh my God, I do keep a journal. It just is. I mean, I did this in a day. I mean, I skip every other page because I can't stand the lines. They're dark and then they're light, and they're dark and then they're light. I guess I like light and I distinguish between light and dark too. Except I like the dark. What the hell? Just saying. Oh, I know what it was. I also wrote down because I used to retain information when I would write things down, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Um yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Back to the guru. All right, Dr. Joe Dispenza, Tony Robbins, and I didn't know how he was saying this, Saru, Guru. I don't even know. I said pronounced as Saru. Anyway, so these are the gurus he was talking about. And it says, let me go back because I feel like, there's a beginning and allegedly. Oh my God. Okay. Beginning. His name is Anton Wisbisky. Okay. And he published it on November 13th, 2024. Tony Robbins and wife Sage are not Christians, he said. The title of the video is Exposing the Secret Religion of New Age Gurus. Yeah. And I knew that Tony Robbins was one. I definitely know uh, anybody who can just he looks like a Nephilim. I'm sorry, but he does. Happy New Year's to you guys too that are just coming in and just listening to me babble as usual. Happy 2025, y'all. Robinette says, staying alive in 2025. ah, ah. Okay, that's all you got. Oh, man. Anton whizzed in his whiskey. Oh, yeah. Damn, they're done popping their fireworks, huh? Oh my gosh. All right, yeah, so they're not Christian. You're not Christian. Sage actually wears a staff ring. They teach Kundalini yoga, which Lori was so deep into yoga. Remember the yoga mats? Her and Chad were like doing yoga everywhere. Uh, Anyways, I hope she's doing it in damn prison. She needs to stretch, if you know what I mean. And then it says it's the most dangerous form of yoga without proper guidance, proper help while going through the Kundalini experience. You're opening yourself up to dangers, especially spiritually. It's a clever way to manipulate people, unsuspecting people, into worshiping serpents, different gods, etc. Ancient knowledge like Hinduism. And then he explained the Adam and Eve thing, and I mean, I know that's a whole big deception. I mean, Robinette has laid it out so many times already before, but and so has Rhonda. um Anyways, all I wrote was Adam and Eve in the garden deception, and I'm just like, no shit. A Kundalini experience opened you up. It's an awakening, and I'm like, okay. And I mean, I'm just trying to figure out, like, okay, whenever I found out that my uncle Charles was murdered, I mean that oh god, sorry, my nose. It made me feel like that happened to me. It's like when I say it shook me when I learned of that news, it shook me. It I don't know what it did. It I say traumatized me, but because it was just so many. It's just when you hear murder, when you hear your loved one was murdered, you're just like, "What?" It just it doesn't add up to me. Like, I'm just like, "You don't have that right. We don't have that right to take another person's life." Like that. No, that to me, that's playing God. That's violating basic human rights. And this is before anything happened to anyone else. Tylee, JJ, Tammy. And it rocked me. And I feel like I was open and I was having experiences. Y'all remember, well, I didn't really talk about it, but I mean, they're crazy. I mean, now I'm just like, oh my God, that's crazy. Because I've even said before, like, how come it's okay if I have these experiences, but it's not okay if Julie Rowe has these experiences? You know what I'm saying? And so it's just like very confusing in that sense because you are very vulnerable in that state. And I mean, I was just looking for answers, wasn't trying to be nefarious about it. I mean, I was just open and things were it's like I could feel the pressure in the air. It's so crazy sounding. Anyways, but I mean, I could the pressure changes. Um it just so many different things since I don't know. But it was so real to me. And I don't know. I don't have uh receipts or anything besides telling Jason as it was happening. I'm just like, but I mean, I don't know. There's so much bullshit going on. It's crazy. But I mean, according to Tom Harrison, if you go along with his concept, then we are portals. I mean, and I hate to make this example, but how Alex asked Zalema if she could whatever, summons or whatever it was. He said an inner tornado for the dark portal, referring to Tylee, and I'm just like, God dang. And I mean, Tom Harrison, he references the fact that we're portals, and Chad built one in Lori's closet. There you go. Happy, 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 joy, joy. Happy New Year's to everyone. I love you guys. Okay. Whew. I'm not a good speaker. Anyways, so it opens you up. It's an awakening. You tend to tie the awakening experience to the guru, likely tipping you towards the guru's money-making grift. Those are my words. And then, I just read at the top, Dr. Joe Dispenza, Tony Robbins, and that Saru guru. I remember watching him in the beginning. I've watched everybody, and I will. I watch other. I don't want to be like closed-minded to things I don't even know about, and or people who have a differing opinion or a different view. I mean, that's basically everybody. If you think about it, I'm just like, oh, you were so close. Like, it almost lines up, but then, but I mean, I think that for the most part, I guess my way of, because of like what's happened with Tim Ballard and his organization and that exposure, which needs it needs so much more exposure, y'all. That guy, he didn't just essay women. And I mean, again, where are the children? Where are the children? Where are the children? Remember whenever he said that Tom Harrison was a brain specialist who was healing these rescued children, healing their brains? He was a brain specialist, yo. He was healing the brain of the children, and I'm like, we don't like your healing. We don't like your prayers. We don't like your healing. We don't like nothing you're doing. Your grift. We don't. Oh, we rebuke you, demons. Okay, because it's not cool, at all. I always go back to, and I think about Tylee and JJ and how they had absolutely no say so, no protection, nobody, because these people are inverted, and they intermingle with everyone else and I'm just like, well, how many freaking people, think like this? How many are we talking here? And it's interesting. It's interesting. Happy New Year's, guys. Hey, Carolina. How are you? Happy New Year's. Okay, I'm putting this one on TV and laid out. Yeah, I'll put you to sleep. I put Donna to sleep all the time. For sure, it will be embarrassing. Well, I mean, I will be embarrassed. For who you embarrassing? I hope that Lori makes a fool. Oh, wait, I saw that one. Let me go back. I I truly hope that my mouse isn't very good in here. Makes a complete fool of herself for the world to see, because only, oh my gosh, I need to read it over here. Because for only so long, someone can stay in their delusional BS. And it ties back to Kundalini. I'm just like, it makes sense. Just like looking at it from all angles, like the psychoanalyzing from a DSM level, and then psychoanalyzing from a spiritual level, and just like, okay, their behaviors, their migration pattern, like, why do they do these rituals, and why do they use these stupid conferences that are not interesting? Okay, first, can't we just say that these firm expos, these, I don't care how Mormon you are, they're not interesting. Okay, they're not. It's just a way of life. It's just a culture, and therefore that makes it interesting. And just because that belief system says, oh yeah, this is cool, this is, that's so, I don't know how to explain that. It just, it's culture. Sue. All right. And it says, said could leave body. This guy that was telling this, who had gone through these classes, who, I mean, he even took photos with Tony Robbins and, I mean, just all these gurus. Okay. And he's been doing this, he's been studying this for like 13 or 15 years. Okay. He said you can leave your body every day. And I was like, remote viewing. Okay. Portaling. This is that portaling bullshit. Julie Rowe. Okay, this is Zalema Pastenes. This is Lori Vallow. This is Chad Daybell. This is Janet Russin. These are these people. Tom Harrison. Visions of Glory is not his, in my opinion. This is just me. They're not experiences of him nearly dying. Okay, what do you have? A sinus infection or something? I'm just like, that don't count. I need flatline papers, okay? Not for me, but show me your papers. Show me your papers. Have Doogie Howser stamp something on there, okay? But no. I mean, they grift everything. Why not just, make one up? I don't know. I need flatline papers. Legit ones that can be verified, because jumping off of a cliff, or me finding out that my uncle was murdered, that's not a near-death experience that opened me up. It's not Kundalini. It's not a fake I died when I was given birth story that just came into existence. This is the grift, I do believe. And Tom Harrison is talking about his experiences, in my opinion, allegedly, of spying on people, of like these spiritual, like remote viewing, remote mother freaking viewing. All right, let me not get off topic. All right, so and have these deeply spiritual experiences, but it wasn't till he started mingling back in with society and realized how delusional and out of whack he really was compared, And he said, you're yoking to these serpent gods, allowing dark spirits to enter and thus allowing them to influence your every action, thoughts, advice, practices, hopes, expectations, etc. And that's just his opinion. That guru guy, Saru, quotes biblical passage incorrectly. And then he he compared to show where it's just twisted just a little bit. And it's just like over time that twisting, and that's how I felt about Mormonism, that over time twisting. And I mean, to where it's like the fish started out this big, and then by the time, it's gigantic and it's huge, and you can't get it's nasty at that point because it's too damn big to taste good. I don't know. I'm just making shit up. Okay, so then he says there's divination. Oh, here we go back to Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve, is it the same lie? Same story that they'll be like God? Are these the same physical beings that tempted Eve? Then he said physical serpent beings that visited Earth. And he says, Tony, different level of conscious. Tony swears by this guy. I didn't even know what he said in order to even get a spelling of this other guy's name. But I mean, I captured all the screen recordings of it. And here, pulling, Tony swears by this guy. And so like Sage, his wife, is like, it's very tantric. Remember how Tim Ballard was all about the damn tantric crap? Looking for a tantric massage. I know that's tantric, but it's still. And then think about Julie Rowe and Girl on Fire and her husband, and the foot massage she got from Joel Gervine, right? And we were married before in a past life. He's another one that was saying it. And so it's just these people are. I don't know. I go back and forth with myself on, do they believe this, or do they know that this is a lie? And and they're doing this on purpose. I go back and forth with that all the time because if you're born into it or you're so surrounded in this echo chamber of this, you know, then I mean, it's showing itself all over the place though. It's not just in Mormonism. It's in hip hop being the religion. Just say that hip hop is the religion. That's how I try to look at it different ways. If hip hop is the religion to Sean Diddy Combs, Jay-Z, um, all the other ones, okay? And then I guess what philanthropy is a huge thing with these people. Philanthropy and humanitarian exploitation, in my opinion. Any way to exploit and capitalize on pain, suffering, and innocence, robbing it and inverting it to serve their dark lord, then they are game. They're in on it. And it's very creepy. It's alarming because, I'm thinking, okay, just Chad Lori at first. Then I'm like, oh, David, Melanie, Ian, Zelim. I mean, so then you start like going out. And I mean, I even go back and forth with like, I think Mike and Nancy James for sure, in my opinion, are inverted. I think that Julie Rowe is inverted. And I mean, her husband at the time, Jeff Rowe, he's actually listed in the FOIA docs under one of those. I think it's like a ritual. She does the call out. That's how they talk. I mean, those are those code words, those keywords. The bats are in the cave, and the president, and he's clinking the glasses, and it's 432 and 267, and I mean, just all her babble. And those are code words. I think it tells a time, a place where they're going to gather for real. I know. It's they're crazy though. I'm just trying to figure it out. I think they use baseball terms. They use every damn term. They exploit everything. They use biblical terms, they use scriptures, they use Bible and Book of Mormon. They'll use anything. They'll use damn instructions to anyways. I was about to have a really bad potty mouth. But anyways. Um okay, so this is the thing. Pulling their delusion out of a deep spiritual experience or demon, in his opinion. The energy slash divine starts moving through blocks or wooded obstacles, like what I just thought about that. Hey, Sherry. Um, they're moving through obstacle. I don't know if, well, I mean, they looked at their loved ones as blocks, obstacles. Anyway, so the energy slash divine starts moving through blocks via vibration. Woo! When you surrender to it. When you surrender to it, the Kundalini spirit or possession begins to move through you, causing jumping, jerking. I mean, it looked like she was, just big girl word. It looked like she was having an orgasm. It looked like Tony Robbins' wife, Sage, which is an interesting name, ain't it? Who wears a snake staff on her finger, also teaches this yoga. Just the group, they own a damn island. Okay, they own a damn private island and a fucking jet. Okay, and they straight up flew 10 or so Venezuelan and Haitian women from there. Okay, from their countries, their respective countries, and they were alleged to be these sex trafficked victims. This was when Tim and Jessica Mass talked about that padlock, the little padlock story. It was so stupid. Anyways, but I mean, I have it right here. It says, "Oh, yours hookers from heaven." That's from Lynn Packer, right? Well, I mean, they allegedly flew these women in. They got them passports, just these emergency passports, but yet this is, I just thought about this too. Tim Ballard is so build a wall, build a wall, build a wall. But yet he's flying them in via, Tony Robbins fucking jet from other countries, passing them. and allegedly passing them fake, or let's just say they held a fake graduation ceremony for these women. They'd only been here a day at the University of Utah, the U of U. And you can't, like, Lynn Packer has tried to get records on this so-called, ceremony that took place, that there are pictures. Okay, there's pictures of Tim on the stage with the women, handing them. It don't show the women. I would love to know, because they also went allegedly to the White House for a private tour. But this is when Trump was in office, so I mean, you do the math. It's just I don't think there was I don't care who you voted for. I'm not political. I don't care. I respect everybody's belief system. There's a lot of people who see this and it's so discouraging, but I mean, I think that's my part. That's your part. If you want to take this part on, everywhere you go, like Jeannie Marie, I saw you. I was I looked at a couple of Tim, I know, right? Tim Ballard's speeches speeches, because I wanted to get that clip I had again of him saying about Tom Harrison being a brain specialist. Well, anyways, there's the Ogden Surgical Society, or I don't know, some big fancy names, where he spoke at these different events, to raise money, to gain credibility, to get him out there, right? I mean, because he and Ken Krogh, I mean, I saw it for myself. I do have that for my members. The 2016, which the whiteboard meeting, allegedly, obviously, where Ken Krogh is just going to town on that whiteboard, and you hear Tim, you see Matt Osborne, or is it Matt? I get them mixed up. The other, I don't know. Yeah, you hear Tim Ballard's sister, Emily, and some other people, and they're just plotting. And this is September 4th of 2016. That's 3 years before the alleged secret whiteboard meeting in 2019. Yeah, did I say that already? The 2019 whiteboard meeting. So, I mean, this is just they just huddle up and, um, get their game plan. They are good at marketing. That's what they're trained and programmed to do, literally. So it's like, step of the truth and watch the next thing you know, we will be watching this shit on court TV. I can't wait. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. To me, that's the rest of the story. That's part 2, I guess, because, it definitely didn't. God dang. I need anybody out there know why my lips do this. I mean, I could just I know I put makeup on, and I'm thinking it might be like base, but I mean, I even put like Vaseline on my lip, like just to protect it while I'm putting my makeup on. But it always leaves like a line right there, and it's so embarrassing, a little uncomfortable. But anyways, okay, it's not that bad, but it's every damn time, right? Hookers from heaven. I know. Oh my gosh, right? I hope so. But I think that's where I'm asking you, if anywhere you go, everywhere you go, if you will plant the seed, whatever knowledge you do know, to whatever degree or level about that case, plant it. And I mean, that's kind of how like I've prayed about this over these years, and I'm just like, how do I do this? How do I talk about this aspect of it? I mean, religion. You don't talk about it's a song by Sammy Kershaw. You don't talk about politics, religion, and her. And I mean, you're not supposed to. You don't, because they will shank you. They will shank you. And I don't know. It's like we can talk about anything and everything. I don't know why. I don't understand. I don't understand how We can not talk about certain things and why. That's like to me, it seems narcissistic, or controlling. Like, no, we can talk about everything, but that, okay? Sound like Meatloaf. I hate that song too. I would do anything for love, but I won't do that. Anyways, no, no. I hope I'm making you laugh. Happy New Year. And offer up their children and their man-made altars. This has been going on for millennia. It's been going on for millennia. And it has gotten away because they are such slippery serpents, I guess. You hate it too? It just don't it's like, "Ooh, that smell." I was telling that to Leland earlier when I was bringing him to his friend's house. I was like, "Dude, you know what I had to listen to? My mom and her damn, 'Ooh, that smell.'" I'm like, "Oh my god, I hate this." I said, "It was on cassette tape, dude, in the car." Yeah. I mean, it's okay, now, but again, it's all my mom's music, Like, her genre or her what do you call it? Era. I don't know what to say. Another one of my favorite songs. Which one? Meatloaf or I mean, I love Leonard Skinner, but um I don't really care for Ooh That Smell. Actually, I now kind of remember why I might have been a little bitchy about that. I was in my, early teenage years there. And if you can equate that with bodies changing and, minstrels and yeah, womanhood. And so I was being a little bitch is what it was. I'm sorry, mom. Sorry. But because we were on our way to Rutherford Beach and I was very bitchy. Oh my god, I'm so sorry for all the times I was a bitch. It's okay. It's okay. Uh anyways. All right. Okay, so yeah, there's this jumping and I'm going back. I know. There's this jumping and jerking. I swear to God, it looked like Tony Robbins' wife, Sage, was having a big O, but with her clothes on. And just like they would not even touch her body. It's like this energy healing thing. Then you have, I mean, it's just like really. So M. Russell Ballard, I mean, he was all about uh, creating that E machine that the Scientology uses for suppressed person but it would measure darkness and lightness. So don't tell me that church does not believe in dark and light. Every other freaking sentence is dark and light and New Jerusalem and 144,000 and the Church of the Damn Firstborn. Okay, gaslight me a little more. Okay, please. I mean, I'm begging to be gaslit some more. Okay, it is. I'll take Meatloaf's "Bat Out of Hell" album. I would have to go and look. No, I'm gonna do that whenever I get off here. Oh my god, I wish I could play it all. Um, alright, I'm gonna finish my little nose here, I know. Uh, it says using occult magic, using occult magic and worshiping ancient god. Kundalini energy is energy that takes a hold of you. When senses aware or awake, it means awake, you'll see, quote, "You'll see it in the Tony world," unquote, Kundalini energy. Although he doesn't teach like Kundalini, he's not like, "Hey, come here for your Kundalini lessons." So, okay, it says, and I mean, if you think about this too, hear me out. Okay, Clive Owens to Diddy Combs. And there's a guru that taught Tony Robbins. Tony Robbins would also I mean, that's basically the Clive Owens to Tony Robbins. There seems to be a pattern here, okay? And it doesn't matter your vehicle, that you happen to be if you're selling damn houses, then okay, then you have those brothers over there in Florida. Okay. Basically, I mean, it kind of just whatever vehicle. I mean, because that's what Chad and Lori used was we know they talk a mad game, but they're inverted and they are not Christians. They are not worshiping No. They're not worshiping my idea, my understanding of Jesus, God, light, things that are good, and they have usually good fruits, right? And too much of anything, Clive Davis, my bad. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Vicky. Setting up fireworks. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. If our politicians and religions weren't so effed up, it would be okay. I know. I know. It would be like Lori governing. Uh, I mean, we saw how that happened. You couldn't talk to her. You couldn't confront her. Right? She was gonna murder you, and she did, and that's so freaking you're right. It is terrifying, and I think about this all the time. But yeah, so back to I mean, so Clive Davis to, Sean Diddy is and I forget the guru's name or the guy who older guy who taught, uh, you know, Tony Robbins. Then you got M. Russell Ballard with Tim Ballard, Gordon Bowen, Mitt Romney. Then who was in the life of M. Russell Ballard was Bob Hope. For all you MK Ultras out there. Yeah, I still gotta do some more digging into that because I remember learning about Bob Hope and shit like that back in the beginning, but I still don't really understand the whole thing of MK Ultra, besides they say that it ended, and I'm just like, "Okay, if you say so." If you say so. Happy New Year to you too, Janetta Shear. I think I'm saying that right. Happy New Year to you. Uh, I don't remember the Auld Lang Syne Auld AULD. It's a good song. I gotta stop. I'm jumping around. I hate ADHD. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. My head spins. I swear. Hold on, I'm about to pull it up. Here. I'm gonna show y'all what I made too. Here we go. Ready for our show and tell. Mm. Happy New Year. I don't really know what else to say. There's nothing to sing that to. Look, I made these. Subscribe if you rebuke the demons, right? Well, rebuke the demons. Anyways, I made some gifs or gifs. Does anybody know the proper way to say that? Really? Okay. Oh, and this too. I found this. No, that's not it. Or is it? No, it's this one. The power to predict became the power to control. I was like, "Boy, that is on point. That is on point." Oh, where's yeah, this bothers me. Just oh, well that thing it it saved right over his eyeball. I miss him. I watched Colby's live earlier. I saw you there, Gene. And I saw Roxy, wake up. Roxy. Get up. I'm just kidding. Oh my gosh. Um, yeah. I saw that he went live. I was like, oh good, I mean, he's so much better at this than I am for sure. And I can't wait for Kelsey. I cannot wait. And I want to talk to him one day, besides just through I suck at writing you can't write this stuff. And it's like talking to somebody who's listening, like receptive right there, who understands at least the basis of it. Kind of like when I talk to Megan and you don't have to like fill in all the backstory, you don't have to do all that groundwork because it's work. Holy crap. I don't think I've ever recited the story from beginning to end. I just, it's not in my wheelhouse. All right, let's see. Tony Robbins. Oh, thank you for spending your New Year's, your 2025, staying alive. See? Like him. Okay. All right. So Hold on. Oh, let's watch this one. Chris
using this like seance guy to do
it's like
this.
how
You got a
time
pattern
it
of
is.
looking at women and
It's
judging
so
them by
bad.
the exterior. They wrote the script and, none of it was really me. And I said, I've memorized this and I'm very respectful. You put me in the middle of this movie as a central character, but this is not what I'd say. So I'll do what you want, but can I just show you what I really do? And they go, Tony, it's a movie. I said, just, let me try. You think of one specific time where you're really shallow?
Oh, yeah. I got one.
Think about that. You ready? Devils, come out!
What the hell are you doing?
They're just acting. It's just an act, right? I'm sorry, that's such shitty quality. My mom sends me movies in that quality. And I'm just like, stop it. Stop it. What is this? Forget. It's a surprise. Well, my computer also has a slow processor too. Come on.
Using this like
Life force. And they use these terms like light, dark, life force. Their company names are ridiculous, and they're slave stealers. For the love of God, slave stealers. They exploit everything. Underground railroad. They exploit Harriet Tubman. They exploit everything.
Using this like seance guy to do
Oh,
this.
it's better
You got a pattern
quality.
of looking at women and judging them by the exterior. They wrote the script and, none of it was really me. And I said, I've memorized this and I'm very respectful. You put me in the middle of this movie as a central character, but this is not what I'd say. So I'll do what you want, but can I just show you what I really do? And they go, Tony, it's a movie. I said, just, let me try. You think of one specific time where you're really shallow?
Oh, yeah. I got one.
Think about that. You ready?
Wait, you laugh.
Devils, come out!
What the hell are you doing?
You're in good. Oh, it's gonna repeat. Oh, what the hell? Hey, y'all.
NLP was very useful in that area.
This guy was. I think he died
like,
suspiciously.
what is it?
Matthew
And
North.
then,
I think that's who that is.
since this was used for kind of to build rapport with spies, essentially, then why is Tony Robbins using it in the business world? Can you help bridge that gap or people to understand?
I'll have to let him speak for.
Well, yeah.
Don't try to exercise you.
Very useful in that. One where there was direct overlap. There was in the remote viewing program.
Remote viewing program. I was like, oh shit. Okay, I'm gonna get out of this because
direct overlap. There was in the remote viewing program.
Okay, all right, and then so he's a life coach, just like Julie Rowe posits herself, to be. He, this is from an early. Whenever the story first broke about Operation Underground Railroad and Tim Ballard came on to legitimately officially came on to my radar was in 2020. And I remember looking into this aspect of it. That's when I found the picture of Emma Daybell and Joe Murray, or Emma Daybell Murray and Joe posing at the finish line of that OUR Rexburg rescue run, which was the same weekend Tylee was murdered. I've got more pieces to that too. We found out that Chad Daybell's company, or the publishing company, Humanitarian's publishing company, actually sponsored the race. So it's just associations, yo. That's follow the money. Follow the money, they say. So that's what I'm doing. Okay, let's see. We're not gonna watch.
And told the people something deeply true about this. And this
is
that visited planet Earth and gave people knowledge. They really believe these beings are physical. These are physical serpent beings that visited planet Earth and gave people knowledge. Maybe this whole Adam and Eve thing isn't rooted in symbolism. Maybe there's something deeply true about this. And the same lie that is told to Adam and Eve from the serpent is the same lie that has been told to people like Joe Dispenza, Tony Robbins, and Sadhguru about awakening the Kundalini. You might say, oh, Tony's a business strategist and this is, no, he's not. He is for sure, but everything is rooted in raising your energy. And if you look into one of his healers, Dr. Donnie Epstein.
Put Sage on this table, and I'll never forget this moment. It was mind-boggling. Put her on this table. And he walked behind her and he took my fingers. He said, now watch this. And he took one of my fingers, he put on this part of the bone on side of her neck and this one on the other bone. And he walked back 3 feet and went like this, and that bone moved and her face is down and there was no sound. Again, you think you're being punked. Something's going on here, right? This is bullshit, And he's doing all this stuff and it looks, like he's a little wizard or some shit, right? And Sage starts arching her back and looking up like this and start doing these like spontaneous yoga positions. And she doesn't do yoga. It was crazy. And it healed a lot of things for her that had gone in her life, that some of which she hadn't even told me at that stage in our relationship. It was just beautiful. So I was like, put me on that fucking thing. Give me some of that juice, right? So here, and all of a sudden I was like, ah, and I was making this noise. And then my brain was going, this is fucking stupid. This is not fucking real. Ah, this is. And I even said, this isn't real. Ah.
Okay.
I felt like this rage coming out of my body, right? And I've always had this huge lump in the middle of my back. I used to be much more like this. And I've had body work for years and everything else. And when we were done, it was in. And I never had it in that I could remember since I was a little boy.
You have a good husband.
And I was crying and this anger and crying. And it was just like this shift. So Donnie was one of those people that has that ability. And by the way, I mentioned this because my dear friend Donnie Epstein's right here. So if you want to know about him, 3 forces in my life that help my body transform.
Oh, Epstein.
No one's done more than Donnie's done for me there. And that's because there's an energy and an organization to it that has to do with consciousness more than just exercising as well. Again, it's a different level of consciousness. He has a gift. And by the way, he can be unconscious like me. We can all be unconscious, but not when he's working with somebody. There's something that he channels when he goes to do that.
Yeah.
You will see very quickly that they were obviously doing Kundalini work. I mean, the guy takes a magic wand and puts it at the base of their spine. I mean, come on. And Tony like swears by this guy, and all the Platts partake in doing these weird ass rituals. And I got invited to do these things and I always turned them down. Like, and this is when I was into this stuff. Like, so I don't know. I feel like God was with me in those times, just kind of protecting me from, some of these spiritual powers. Cause like Sadhguru said, he's right. When this stuff goes wrong, it goes wrong in a way that it can't be fixed. He's spot on. And I've seen that with so many people, specifically in Dr. Joe's world. Cause I think Joe, out of all these kind of people, do it the most aggressively and the most direct. So it sends people into like these really deep psychoses where they have literal delusions about the world, the nature of reality, and they're pulling their delusion from a mystical experience that they got this information. And from my experience, that's just a demon messing with their head. I mean, this might sound crazy. Some people are like, oh, demons, this and that. Like, this stuff is very real.
Oh, God.
And that's also why exorcists in the Christian faith have exorcised the Kundalini demon. I mean, this is a demon that can be exorcised out of people. And for me, the closer I got back to my Christian roots, pretty much all my psychic abilities that I gained through Kundalini went away. I am still sensitive in a lot of ways, but I've always been like that. But I was literally so sensitive because of the Kundalini spirit that I couldn't associate with people. I mean, it was crazy. Like if there was any negative energy or anything like that, it would be so overwhelming to me because I would feel what they feel. And although that can be seen cool in the eyes of some people, like, oh wow, I wish I could have that psychic ability or whatever it's called.
Much appreciated.
It's not cool when it has no on and off switch, where the Kundalini or the spirit inside of you has more control of you than you have of it. And again, you have people like Joe Dispenza saying, oh no, like the more you surrender to the energy, the more it integrates inside of you. And that's what I believe for a long time.
Demon
and when the divine awakens in a person and energy starts to move through the nervous system, it finds blocks. It can't, if there's a block, it has to move through it. And so when it starts to move through those blocks, even in connective tissue, the body involuntarily is trying to process a frequency that's carrying information. So the body's trying to reorganize information. And we see this all the time. You can control it, but why would you want to? Because you know that something unusual is happening and you just have to keep surrendering to it. And she started surrendering to it more, and the more she surrendered to it, the more she relaxed into it, the more coherent it got. She wasn't resisting it.
I mean, there would be times when I first started engaging in these practices where in the middle of the night, I would just be like this, like shaking like crazy. And that was literally because the Kundalini spirit was taking a hold of me and trying to integrate it into me. And not the other way around. I wasn't trying to integrate some type of energy into my body. Like, that makes no sense if you really start to think about it. Like, there's clearly a layer of possession happening here. And that's why Joe and even other people like Sadhguru, they'll tell you to integrate these things is to do yoga. Well, yoga is, again, worship of Hindu gods. A lot of people don't know this. It's not just some harmless stretching exercise. This is a religion. It is what it is. I mean, that's what it is. You can look this up. I'm not onto anything here. This is known knowledge. And
I like
even
this
like
guy.
some of the and by the way, some of the gods that it's venerating and worshiping are not benevolent. I mean, like the warrior poses, this is a pretty much paying homage to some goddess that like killed somebody. I mean, this is like legit. And there's other ones. There's one I learned about recently where you put your foot on the top of your thigh,
Oh,
or
this
your
is
leg on top
crazy.
of your thigh, and then you go down and you kind of like stand on your toes. So I learned that that is veneration to this one deity that used occult magic to literally gain information
He's
from
gonna
one of
show.
like a devotee of some yogi, and he used occult power to manipulate him to find out where this yogi was, and then he pretty much got banished to sit in this position to speed up the process of his punishment. It's like this really weird thing. I forget what it's all called. I'll try to look it up and edit it into this video.
Goraknath was a very, very accomplished yogi. He's a star who stands out in many ways. His guru was Matsyendranath. Matsyendranath is looked upon by people as Shiva himself. He's no less than him. Goraknath was fiercely devoted to his guru. His love for the guru is so intense that he's becoming like a soldier, not like a yogi. So he told him to go away to the
Chaos.
Himalayas and do 14
Chaos.
years of sadhana. Because of this 14 years of sadhana, he acquired many possibilities. He didn't use it. Then he came back to the mountain. So he came down all the way back. See, you must understand the whole setup. Walking all the way up to Himalayas,
You're good.
staying there for 14 years and walking all the way down with just one fierce thought and emotion that he wants to be in the presence of his guru. When he came, the cave in which Matsyendranath was
Oh.
staying, just outside, there was a monk. There was another yogi who was manning that. So he came back and this yogi stopped him, said, "You cannot enter the cave." "What? I cannot enter the cave? I can't see my guru?
Nope.
I've been waiting for 14 years.
Well,
He said, "No, you cannot enter." Goraknath lost his temper. He pushed that
Control.
yogi aside and went into the cave. When he went into the cave, the guru was not there. So he became distraught. Where is he? So he came out and asked the yogi, "Where is the guru?" He said, "I won't tell you. I told you not to enter the cave. You pushed me aside and went. I will
Yeah.
not tell you." So what Goraknath did was he used his occult and
oh, okay.
whatever was on the yogi's mind, he got it out of him and went straight to where the guru was. He divined the guru's hiding place. The moment he went there, the guru had left instructions with another yogi saying he needs to go for another 14 years to Himalayas because he misused the sadhana that I gave him. I gave him sadhana for his spiritual growth, but he used it to divine into somebody else's mind, which no yogi should ever do. Another 14 years. Goraknath asked, "Is there any way to shorten the period? If you sit in an impossibly difficult posture, we will cut it down to half the term, 7 years." This impossibly difficult posture is, he sat on his left toes like this, heel in the perineum in the Mooladhara, and the right leg crossed over. This is even today called as Goraknath Asana.
It's really bizarre when you start to see what's really going on here. So I would say that the Kundalini energy is an energy that takes a hold of you and you don't fully have control over it. And this is why, you'll see it in the Tony world. I mean, I've been around this stuff for so long. I can tell when there's something mystical happening. And Tony clearly is working with some form of Kundalini serpent power / magic at his events, because every time you leave, your senses are enhanced. And that's a clear sign of the Kundalini spirit, just like a snake. Like a snake's senses are enhanced. Now, again, this might seem innocent. This might seem like no big deal, but I think it's very disingenuous because they're not being honest about all of these things. Why doesn't Joe talk about the nature of Kundalini? Why doesn't he talk about how it's a Hindu practice? And there's nothing wrong with that, but why doesn't he disclose it? How is it that something supposedly so good could be bad? That doesn't make any sense. Joe promises so many things will come from this breath, and he's right. You will have spiritual experiences, but I'm here to tell you, not all of them are true.
It's interesting.
Not all of them.
Oh, hello. It got me to kind of understand how this can work spiritually, how it opens you up, or how you can be opened up, and how that does make you vulnerable in some sense. I mean, we have to be accountable for also what we're opening ourselves up to, like Melanie Gibb, for example. She plays such a good victim, right? And I mean, that's this whole victim mentality thing that they want us to have, this victim mentality, because if so, us to look like they're the saviors. My camera just glitched. I hope I'm okay internet wise. Nope, there it's coming back up. Happy New Year's. Happy birthday to my baby. Happy New Year's, Jason. I'm sorry, baby. I'm only an hour and 11 minutes late. You know, golly, it's crazy, y'all. It's like the Wild West over here. It really is. It seems that way. Anywho, another thing that I watched again, or listened to again last night when I was taking my Christmas tree down. Yes, I almost have everything back down. I have a few things left in there to get to the shop, and then I'm done. And I mean, just think about it. I painted my living room and everything all around, by the time I freaking got everything up, it was time to take everything down. And that's why I painted my living room, because I was going to put my tree up like right after Thanksgiving, which is rare for me. Or was it before? Anyways, it was at the beginning of this month of November. And yeah, and then I started painting, and so here we are. But at least I've already knocked out 2 rooms, so I mean, that's accomplishments, right? That's accomplishments, allegedly. Just make me feel good. Oh, no. Let's see. I'm trying to think. And that's the problem. I'm trying to think. Oh, and so Chris had texted me and tied another big piece of this, to other affiliates, I guess you could say. So I'm gonna read what he had sent me. Okay. So he had sent me a video, because I didn't know much about Andrew Tate. I still really don't. But we'll learn about that, because I know that's a whole nother trafficking operation. And then we have how Tim Ballard is connected through Jim Caviezel, through Mel Gibson, the Passion of the Christ, where Jim Caviezel actually plays Jesus Christ. I know he comes off as all innocent and stuff, but I mean, when the birds of a feather flock together, and when you analyze their behavior and their mannerism, the way they talk to one another, in my opinion, this is how the secret society communicates. They communicate in plain sight, right in front of us. Okay. I think a lot of us, maybe, this would go back. They also project. So this would tie in that whole Wayfair thing. I don't know much about it, so it just sounds like it would be that Wayfair thing that Tim Ballard was trying to blame things on. And the whole, Robinette, I can't say your word, but I'm gonna call it Drano. Okay. I'm just gonna call it Drano, because that's what it sounds like. But that Drano, that I don't know how it works, and I'm trying to learn more about it. I pulled the paper up. I found a paper on the Drano chemical that they get high off of, allegedly. And I mean, I know that sounds so cuckoo. Like I said, it lines up with the rest of the story. That I definitely am not going to hear this mainstream ever, 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 ever. But I mean, I've watched some clips where I'm not even looking for these things. And as I'm watching clips about, the Diddy case or whatever, there's Steve Harvey and there's somebody on a talk show, and she rubs some kind of blood looking cream on his hand and says it's from the foreskins or whatever. And he's like, what? And I mean, and then again, I'm like, but you're playing dumb, Steve Harvey, you're playing dumb. And I mean, that's what they're doing. It's just all an act. Tim Ballard says this is all an act. Janet Russin says this is all an act, and it is. It's an act, and it works. It is very, very, very. It's very persuasive, and it works, and it's a money making operation or criminal enterprise, like they say, in my opinion, allegedly. And anyways, oh, here's the guru that Tony. Look, I just happened to find it. This will never happen again. Sorry, it's not a good picture. Jim Ron, or Rohn. God dang it. The Power of Change. And it says, my original teacher was a man named Jim Ron, an Idaho farm boy. So again, I mean, how many billionaires can be in Idaho besides Frank Vandersloot? Glenn Beck. And that's just one of his farmhouses, that Rod Meldrum goes and visits. Anyways, an Idaho farm boy and Sears clerk who made it big as a motivational speaker and author. He held seminars all across the country for 40 years. He was a millionaire by the age of 31. Just wow. And then all they do is just MLM that shit out to the next victim. And they profit and they exploit and exploit and exploit, in my opinion, allegedly. Okay, and by the age of 31 and authored 17 books. It says, I first saw Jim speak when I was 17. I guess this is Tony speaking. And he introduced me to a new way of thinking. Program. He taught me that if you want anything to change, you must change. You must change. If you want things to get better, you've got to get better. And that the secret of life is working harder on myself than on the job or a specific skill or anything else. Jim taught me that as soon as I committed myself to excellence, I would really have something to give others. And that's a big part of what makes life meaningful for me. I think this came off of Tony Robbins' website. Oh, yeah. Remember the list of names? This is some of the names. Oh, and Tony Robbins, Oprah Winfrey, everybody's favorite daytime talk show host. Just kidding. Tony Robbins had her walk across hot coals. He's also been a guru to Bill Clinton. So that's another fave, and not to mention that Carlos Slim funded the movie Sound of Freedom. I mean, it just is what it is. I mean, for real, it blows my mind. It blows my mind. What is this? Who knows? Underground Railroad. Oh, this is a report by Damon Moore. We won't watch it right now. I know. Happy New Year. I know, right? I can't help but work. I can't help it. And then Tony Robbins. Okay, this is another connector. He wrote the foreword, and it's a very long pages of foreword in Dr. Bradley Nelson's book, The Emotion Code, right here. Dr. Bradley Nelson, you'll remember, is a LDS member who created the Emotion Code, which Julie Rowe, Zelema Pastinez, and I do believe this came up in Chad's trial, that Chad and Tammy took lessons or classes, certifications in the Emotion Code, body code program here. It just is interesting. There's another book that it's something about, I don't remember the name right now, but it's some metaphysics-ish. And it's got Tom Harrison's name on it in there with Tom Harrison's name on it with Tony Robbins. Their names are Tim, Tom, and Tony. Okay, that's hard to remember. It really is. So it's just interesting to watch the circle a jerk, basically. I think he's in on it. I'm telling you. I'm just like, you just try to figure out all these idiots, in my opinion. Look, we got the little handshake that's M. Russell Ballard with Senior Bush there. Then you actually had Trump say in Prescott, Arizona, at an LDS, well, it was a rally or something recently, where Burgess Owens they chimed in on the phone. They did this via phone. So did Senator Mike Lee up here, who's been to some firm foundations, with Chad, with all these other idiots. Well, but it's interesting because I'm thinking that the Constitution is hanging by a thread. I think that's a white horse prophecy that, has been discredited and basically chalked off to Mormon lore by people like Christopher Blythe, historians like Patrick Mason, and so you've got those powers that be working against you. You have the church that won't, and I say against you, against me, basically, against my family, never mentioning my family members' names who were members of this actual organization. My uncle paid, Lori paid, they paid to, whatever. I don't know. I don't go here. Oh, speaking of that, just ever since all the Diddy stuff came, I can't make it any bigger than that. But this guy right here, I'm circling it with my mouse right here next to yay. Okay. Look at his eye. He's got an eye patch on. And then, anyways, it's crazy. Oh, but Donald Trump said the Constitution's hanging by a thread. He said that Mormon, I thought, code phrase during that Prescott rally. And so I'm like, okay, so that's the good old boy club, basically. It's just one of these sayings. This is how they communicate. The whole keep your powder dry, rise up, a mighty change. Lori used that's the tip of the spear. No, Tim used that. She said something about the tip of the spear in her heart. I looked up some songs that were referenced in the FOIA docs by Lori, Alex, Zalema. I looked those up yesterday also because I was like, oh yeah, I never did do that. I forget what I tied in the other day about, it was from Melanie Gibbs' book, Wordwise. Happy New Year's. Wordwise, that channel where she breaks it down. She read Melanie Gibbs' book, this like this big. And anyway, so she broke down this one part, and it's like where basically it sounds like the way Melanie Gibb worded it in her own book that was published right when Tylee, right between the kids' murders. Okay. 2019. I want to say the day she traveled to Rexburg, her book self-publishes. Okay. How do you do that? Anyways. It seems like one of those initiation things, in my opinion, where you have to kind of, like if you know how Skull and Bones works, where they have to do that, initiation, what do they call it? Humiliation, or what is that? Bohemian Grove? I forget. There's so many damn things to remember here. But, something. Trace is here. Hey, girl. Oh, who? You can't call whom? Yeah, who can't you calm down? Oh, you're talking about fireworks? I was like that earlier. Oh, they're about to blow. Okay, I see now. I've never seen my dog this. I thought about everybody's dogs too. I was just, or pets, Tootsie drug. That too. Oh yeah. There's some common themes here. There's the constant videoing. Okay. There's, like I just was saying about these, and they're going to differ from group to group, whatever their trade is, or whatever their scheme is, whatever, profession or field they go into. It's this, like, the school for the prophet, the school of prophets, that whole thing, where it is inverted. And I mean, it gets through there through Freemasonry. It gets through there through, Freemasonry. There's a lot of the same there's so many similarities in the Freemasonry. I don't know what to call it. I can't think of the word right now. Practice. I don't know. Um, I'll just say the Freemasonry religion, right? I know, but and it correlates a lot with what's going on in the actual temple and what's being taught there. Raise the arm to the square, where you are the sure knell, the sure sign of the knell of the, I don't know. I forgot all that shit by now because that was Mike Stroud way in the beginning. And, here he is, and it's alleged, and I didn't allege this. This is something that I picked up on along the way, that somebody wrote a very detailed paper on Mike Stroud as well, and the practices, the portaling, the portal talk, and the seeking out the mysteries, and that you have to inquire and plead to obtain and receive, brothers and sisters. That's how he says it. And so what he is telling them in plain sight, and I just thought it was Mormonese, and I'm just, to make that an easier term, Mormon speak. I thought that was just like Mormon speak, but it's also this secretive code. I mean, the temple is a secret because, that's why they say, is it secret or sacred? Secret or sacred? If you ask a Mormon, a practicing Mormon, a believing Mormon, then, they've corrected me already so many times. They say it's sacred. It's not secret. It's sacred. They hold it sacred. And I'm not trying to, call them out for that. They don't know that that's in their own journey, but, I'm just trying to get to the bottom of it. Right. With all the bullshit is just overwhelming. But that is secret. You have to have a temple card to get in. You have to have a membership. You have to meet with your bishop and your stake president and answer 20 or so questions. Which, if Lori did take her mental health examination, the one that was, she supposedly passed with flying colors. I can't wait to find that out. Tell you that much. Not that it matters, it didn't change the course, but, and she's trying to hide the, oh, you know what? Do you get what I get when I was just talking about how Lori is approaching her mental health issues and how she's avoiding that like the damn plague? Please tell me that just caught on without me having to explain it, because I suck at explaining stuff. Is that why Lori is backpedaling out of the whole, like, she's acting all like Judge Boyce didn't reveal and share her diagnoses with everyone who watched her sentencing? Is it because she didn't go, or that wouldn't really matter, would it? If she lied? Because I don't know. It seems like the cop followed up with Lori. I can't read it because it's redacted, the report where the cop follows up with, it looks like to me, to Lori. He follows up with her and that, yeah, she went, and it's just like, okay, it's like this big. It's like a one paragraph barely. And it's redacted out a lot. You do? Okay. So, but how would that benefit? Okay, so how would that benefit Lori? Okay, if she went, then okay, I gotta sit here and figure this out. Not right now, but I gotta process this. What does that mean to Lori? Why is she being so shy or timid with her prognosis, or her diagnoses? Does it have to do with that mental health evaluation? Does that mental health evaluation, whether she went or not, or passed with flying colors or not, is it relevant? Does it change things? Does it make her look like a liar if she said she went, but she really didn't? Does it make the cop look bad too if she didn't go, but then told him she went, passed with flying colors? Then you got Melanie Giblang on that too. Then, or if she did go, And let's say the cop corroborated it with the actual community bridges, then yeah, I got to think this one through. Okay. All right. She just thinks she is hot shit. If you're talking about Lori, she does, y'all. She thinks she is hot shit. And all I want to do so we got to get whatever's going on with my lips because I want to just smack this on the whole time. You know how she was, I just need my lip liner. I just need my lip gloss. He stole my purse and all my 500 phones. And anyways, interesting. I don't know. I'm so glad y'all are here though. Ugh. See, this is how this works for me because I'm like, oh, and so you might have been on that a long time ago, Angela, but I'm just now like thinking about it. Why and how did I'll have to rewatch this so I can remember how I even got to that point or what brought me there. And the blue glasses. I have to get some more because Larry ended up with mine. Oh, I know, right? They do. They do, and it's your fault. Don't you know? It's your fault if you bust them. It's your fault, and so you lose. You ever seen that movie Big Daddy? With the little kid though, and he's like, whatever. They're playing cards, and he's like, I win. It's a cute movie. Okay, hold on just a second. I know. I feel like I'm holding y'all up, but we come and we go. I understand. I need to get me something to drink though. I'm thirsty. I'm a thirsty girl. Okay, let's see. I know, right? I don't know what to do for my damn thumbnails, okay? I'm about running out of ideas and I don't know what to do. Yeah. So I'm just kind of like, okay, what do we do? Okay, different colors. I just want to do one basic one. I don't want to keep changing them. It sucks. It sucks. It sucks. I made this too. Anyways, and the bunny goes into it because it's a rabbit hole from hell, It just is. This one too. It's kind of silly. Yeah, we're going. Okay, looking down here. Oh, I made this too. I thought it was cute. I think it is cute. Another rabbit hole brought to you by, and then I put difficult research right here as part of this rabbit hole that he's jumping into. Anyways, I know. Oh, look, I did make I was making a New Year thumbnail and then I ended up just slapping it on that red one today. Yeah. So I just made them different colors. This is what I do all the time. Oh, look, there's another one. Okay. Okay, let's see here. I started going through their belief system. Like that's, I think, what we're gonna do to start out. Y'all know I'm not a very organized person. I don't know how to approach it because it's all kind of random, but not. I mean, because like I have found somebody, that I've leaned on who was really good at structuring and laying out the Levitt Hamblin church, the LDS Church of Satan, that I believe that Chad and Lori are practicing members of. Okay. Anyways, it's very, very, very similar to their practice. So look at them babies, sucks. But we have Ian's documents that lay out their beliefs, the Valo Daybell side. And so I don't know how to marry those two up, the ones from David Hamblin and Levitt and all them. which I do believe they would create a more clearer or more pieces to the puzzle, a more clearer picture of what they do believe and how they practice. And like today I was looking up what a coven is and where do warlocks and wizards freaking come in, because I've never watched Harry Potter. I don't know anything about it. Uh what's the other one? There's something about My Precious. I just remember that on commercials and what have you. But anyway, so that's just one aspect of it. But I want to, it's like, how do I talk about what, I mean, I think it would be good to go over Valodabel, the belief system that Ian, formulated. The church, it is the Church of the Firstborn. I actually have put this together recently, and I've been doing those aha moments with Jason. I'm like, okay, babe, I'm like, it really looks like everything in the Book of Mormon. So I don't know about the Bible because that's not where this is my introduction to the Book of Mormon. So I don't know. I haven't had to read the Bible, and again, I don't see anything in red writing or red print in a Book of Mormon. So there's that. But I heard Ryan Fisher the other day, in his interview with Lauren on Hidden True Crime. He was telling the story about Lehi, and these are these characters that I'm like, who, what? I'm never been a Mormon, so it's just like I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, it's right here. Yeah, I copied and pasted that transcript. And so he's talking about it, explaining the whole Nephi, Lehi crap. And the way he said it, it just kind of this is just how my brain works. I could envision, or it matched the same theme as this United Order. The United Order matches the New World Order. The New Jerusalem matches, again, the NWO. Then you have, or Zion. It's different names, and then it matches the same place. Or the Church of the Firstborn sounds like it's God's church on earth. If you think about that in a big worldwide term, then I think we will all be joining the NWO / Church of the Firstborn. Okay. Then I know I do too, bunnies. Then I was like, oh my God. Okay. So, hold on. I just lost it. Crap. It'll come back. But I mean, it's just, I'm just, wow. It's blowing my mind. Oh, okay. So riddle me this. Is the LDS church collecting everyone's DNA, or, 23andMe kits basically, and baptismal records, whether we wanted to be baptized into their church or not? Happy New Year's to you too, Louisiana girl. You're not a downer. Girl, I'm a downer. Look at me. Listen to me. Oh my gosh. Well, you're fine. We love you. Ancestry. Well, if you look at that on a global scale, if you're aiming to, and I'm not saying we all have to believe Mormon, but whatever this one world religion, okay, Jordan, this might piss some people off, I know, but prepare for the truth. I am of the opinion that Jordan Peterson is not a godly man. And I believe, like Russell Brand, I'm just like bullshit. Okay. Diddy, I mean, no, they are not worshiping my God. Joe Rogan. Okay. These are like people I believe that they put in to fool people. They're big influencers. They got me. I'm just saying, it's just, you have to let go of idolizing worship, worshiping idols and and just know that they are human too. And that's just, I don't know. I've got it in my mind that I'm just like, you really can't trust anybody but yourself, in this sense that, you have to trust in and sharpen up your own discernment skills. And I mean, it's okay to buy into some shit because, geez, it's a full damn time job. It is a full-time job, and they are crazy, and they are love bombers, basically. And I mean, I think that, and I saw videos of other people who were never, religious, period, before, and they're all of a sudden becoming Christians. And I told Jason last night, I was like, not that I even really followed or know, I really don't know, but I don't remember Donald Trump being like this before, carrying around a damn Bible. And I'm just like, what's really going on? It just seems like it's this grand deception, and there's nothing wrong with having questioning things and not trusting wholeheartedly. It's the same thing I hear or feel or experience whenever let's say I'm on Sean Atwood's channel, in the chat. Ravina, if you're here, what up, girl? But she knows, she gets it, because it's like you hear Ron on Sean Atwood's channel, you'll hear him say, oh, but Operation Underground Railroad and the Sound of Freedom, it's really, why would people want to be taking it down? And like, you don't know the rest of the story. You have the Diddy part down, and they're throwing Ashton Kutcher in there too. And I'm just like, he's the next damn step, the next breath. Okay. He's the next one to go down or to be exposed. And just, come on, y'all. Like, just, oh my God. It's so frustrating when people endorse this propaganda movie. I'm going to get a little, to me, that movie represents, just Tylee and JJ. It does. And I know that, because it's like their hands are in it and on it, and not Tylee and JJ's. I mean, their blood was spilled for it. Oh, God damn it. Okay. It was. It just was. And these conferences and bullshit, that's just a cover for what's really going on, in my opinion. Okay. And I'm calling these people out because they're liars, or they are very, very, very misled. They're very inverted and backwards, and they very much so let my fucking family down. And I'm done. I'm done. They're grown-ups. They have children, grandchildren, nieces, nephews, aunts, uncles. They got, okay, hierarchy, the ties, their ancestors, and all this bullshit. But what they don't have is a damn a soul, because they sold it a long time ago, or it was taken in this generational abuse ring that has been infiltrating in this department. I mean, it's infiltrated every aspect of our lives. I believe it's exploited and infiltrated and has affected society as a whole effectively. And I remember in the, hey, Huggy Bear, it's so good to see you. Happy New Year to you. Happy damn opposite birthday, Melanie. We know you like them things opposite and inverted, right? Happy unbirthday, Melanie. Anyways, Melanie Gibb, right? How are you? How old are you? 80? Are you drinking some Drano? Anyways, if you know, you know. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know. It bothers me. So whenever people were boasting about this movie and ranting and raving, and still are so fucking fooled by an investigation that got called off, a grand jury, and so just enough time for Sound of Freedom, just a boo, because it had to be free for Angel Studios to actually launch the movie, which also exploited every damn body. And they believe all these bullshit conspiracies. Those are conspiracy theories that, they're just trying to run us out the damn theater. No, they'd have a gunman go in there. Just saying. Okay. I'm just, whatever. Whatever. It's just a So it's just all an act. It's all an act, and it's all a ruse. A couple's ruse. It's all delusional, and it's also so layered. I don't know. It hurts my heart whenever when I hear people talk about it, or them or Tim or the movie or any of his cohorts. It's just like, come on, guys, no, there's no hero here. Stop. The heroes are the victims. Okay. We've got to do better. We've got to do something different. Uh, you know, I agree with Tony Robbins here. If you want change, you have to actually be the change. Like, you have to do that here. Like, I can't control you, and good luck trying to, no, I'm kidding. And trying to control anybody else. Okay. It does not work out well. I'm sure I've learned the hard way, I'm just like, oh yeah, I can't. Okay. I can only control how I react to people and my expectations that I was putting on other people and disappointing myself, Then I'm like, oh, okay, I can't. Yeah, that's probably not a healthy way of thinking. And it's just, I was setting myself up basically to be let down over and over and over and over again. So I had to change my expectations of others to, I guess, remedy and make it to where I'm not as disappointed. If I don't expect anything, then you really can't let me down, So in that sense, I don't know. That's the only way I know right now, until something better comes along and strikes me. But I don't know. I just feel like if I don't change and actually, I feel like I have a good understanding. I mean, this is just surface level basically, because who even knows what's beyond this? I mean, it's so incomprehensible a lot of times, and I feel so crazy or just bizarre. I'm like, what? I'm saying these words. What am I even saying? It's so crazy. Hey, Donna, happy New Year. I just saw your name right here. I love you. I actually saw some screenshots in my FOIA files, or just all my files of, covering ground in this case over the years. And there was one, and it said, you were asking, it was in regards to that infamous Reddit email, or the zombie email that basically Melanie Gibb and David Warwick wrote, where they said that Renlund and Ballard are zombies. And they said to the SHTF, and you were like, what's SHTF? And DJ Norman said, shit hit the fan. You were like, it was just so innocent, and I was just like, right, I don't do the acronyms either. So but I remember like seeing, like you, Donna, around, and I don't know, I would always notice that you would just be asking the same questions that I wanted to know. And so, yeah, that's, anyways, it's so weird with the mod thing. And, I don't know how this works. I didn't know how this, I still don't know. I don't try to know. But anyways, I'm just glad that, like meeting you, Donna, and Trace, and Sue Ellen, and Mary, and, oh my God, I'm like, what do I use her screen name? Beach Bum, Brandy, Brandy, and there's Bewitched, just all you, Lamisa, Robinette, Angela, Huggy Bear, everybody in here, Jeannie Marie. I mean, I'm blessed all the way. And anyways, I'm honored. So honored. We're blessed in the sense, and looking or experiencing this through the way that I had to experience it, or just the way this went down and how it played out and is playing out. It was so intimidating and scary, and it was freaking horrifying. I was horrified with the whole public thing. I was just like, what the hell? You know, it's just like, and you don't get to go by a screen name. Yeah, that's gone. That's exploited. That was, what do you call that? Doxed by Lori Dam Ballo Daybell. And all her other hooker names, you know. I mean, just we had no choice in this, but it's been the best and most comforting experience to, you know, to get to know each and every one of you. There's just, I don't know, it's so crazy. It's, yeah, they're the best paper towels. Okay, a little brand's picked on me one day. She was like, "Are those shop towels?" I'm like, "Damn right they are." I've accidentally washed them and they come out in the dry. I'm like, "Damn, I can reuse this," you know. But every one of you are just beautiful. Mojo, Miss Mojo, and your husband. I mean, just all of you guys are beautiful, and thank you. I'm honored, and I'm blessed. Just all those things, enriched. I hate using the word lucky because that's what they like to do. Lucky, magic, and all those things, you know. It just it restores, like, as much as they take away and deplete that. Hey, I mean, just you're like, you can only explore into this dark abyss, okay, so much, so long, and it does affect you. It affects your life. The body does keep the score. But you guys are just like the beautiful side of that just, it restores my faith in humanity, you know. And thank you. I love you guys. Great. Anyways, woo! I probably need a good cry. What do you think? It's cry day? Just kidding. It's just, I was terrified to be so exposed or so vulnerable. I don't know, what do you call that? I don't know. Just no choice in the matter anymore. I mean, not that people pry into me, but it's like my mom, you know, and my and Larry, and just people that I love, and that's no longer sacred or precious or private, you know. It's and while I don't mind sharing, it's also, it's just different. The dynamic has changed in an instant, you know, beyond my control. And that's okay. I mean, I'm not trying to control it, but it's just, I can mourn it, you know, I can grieve it. And this is how it has to be, you know. I mean, and I still have to make the best of this situation and just adapt and overcome, right? You are too, Nina. I don't want to ugly cry on here. I mean, even worse than I already am. Let me blow my nose. Okay. Now, does all my makeup off right? Oh, anyways, yeah. Anyway, I don't know. It's gonna be okay. And it has been okay. And we do adapt and we do overcome, and we will. I'm nervous. I get nervous about what's happening in the world around me. how do I explain this to my kids? I don't want to lie to them, but I don't want to instill fear in them or anybody else for that matter. I think that talking about it is the best and most effective way to face your fears. Just like in anything else, I was scared of flying, and I mean, it of course took losing 3 members of my family to kind of get over, like to put all my fears aside and just do the damn thing. Like it just is gonna be what it is. It is what it is. You know, if I go down in the plane, it's no different than going down in a vehicle. It's no different than dropping dead right here, or uh or taking their energy weapons out of my heart. Okay, just kidding. You know, they like to cause inner tornadoes and shit. While we have fog gate going on, y'all. It's been foggy too. I hope it's not foggy where you are, because that's some wicked shit. If that is what they're doing, if they're being nefarious about it, then that is some wicked shit that they are doing. And it hurts my heart. It does. It hurts, and it pisses me off all at the same time, because it's like, not today, Satan. Not today, Satan. I rebuke you. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ. Okay? Be gone. Poof. But anyways, yeah, I guess we, need to kind of. Oh, yes. I don't ever mean to be this long, but there's so much to talk about. All I can do is, my part. I don't know if this is the know all be all. And I don't think everything that I'm going to present or have presented, basically it's everything, a lot of things that I've already presented and talked about. We've talked about ad nauseum, but I just kind of want to, yeah, I think I am going to put together some kind of ebook or PDF or some. There's got to be somewhere or webs, I don't know, or all of it, and marry the material together, couch it, however it's got to go, seal it. We'll seal it together. We'll exalt it, whatever. We'll Lori and chat it. We'll James and Elena it. But the information I feel is, I just wanted to help others. I want other people to be aware. I want to continue to learn. I still, there's so much out there, but it's definitely makes sense in my mind when I see the behavior or the same conduct or the same words, or I don't know. It's the Rain Man in me. Again, it's just kind of how my mind works, and I don't know. There's just how else do they talk? How else do they communicate? How else do they thrive? How else do they thwart their missions, their conspiracy forward to take over my rights, your rights, our children's still? I mean, more, I mean, this is, yeah, it's prophesied, but whatever. I mean, if it happens, it happens. If it don't, it don't. I mean, I have no control of that. I'm not trying to say this is the end times. I mean, it's definitely some weird times. I'll tell you that. And, I think that was robbed from us a long time ago, and not just Americans. I think it was robbed from humanity a long time ago. This has been a very methodical, slippery, twisting, over time, just twisting the truth and marrying all these different concepts, beliefs that pull you away from source and confuse people a great deal, to where they do end up like like Ruby Frankie saying, "But I'm a good girl," like Gypsy Rose saying she's a damn good girl. I'm like, it's interesting to hear those same words, like, "I'm a good girl." Why are y'all saying that? But that, when you read about satanic ritual abuse, generational abuse, the severe abuse that has been happening for a very long time, infiltrating our society as a whole, at large, no boundary, no race, they are an equal opportunity exploitist or exploiter. And, they prey on our empathy. They exploit that. That's the narcissist, they are going to buck that and take advantage of that all the way if we let them, but we have to learn how to identify these things a whole lot easier and faster, and then help others, because it's not divide and overcome. It's we have to be together in this, because I've been saying this, and there's power in numbers, and F with me. You know what I mean? It is happening. It is happening. And I've been wanting to answer I saw that you had said that in the group text the other day, and I was like, okay. I don't want to freak you out. And I think it's important that we talk about this, because I know I was saying these things, and I've been saying these things to you backstage before I go live or whatever. And I'm just like, blah, 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 and you're like, yeah, I know. And I'm just like, oh, I don't know if I'm off, or either way, it doesn't matter. It's just, there's a lot of things happening. There's a lot of history and examples and reports, and there's evidence of mind control. And I mean, how long are they going to let this? They already use that kind of social grading system, like a credit system, basically, where if I don't conform and don't say pedophile, rape, murder, or Google sucks, if I don't say anything that hurts the narcissist's feelings, then I get to participate in the monetary program. I get to play with all the other kids in the algorithm. Okay. But if I say the truth, if I talk the truth about my family and about this case and how I'm barreling through it, my choice, my way of dealing and grieving and healing and all the things, and hopefully changing things and advocating, just my process, my life, right? But you can't talk about the narcissist, because it's not their fault ever. And so, they got to be the hero, and you got to be the zero. Speaking of zero, if she passes by here, sending love. And Rombo, I can't name everybody, because I think about all you guys all the time. And like Tracy, I don't know, just y'all all have such beautiful personalities and spirits, and ugh, I feel guilty for like not being able to open up more. There's just a lot going on at home. Traumatic brain injuries suck, and they are scary. I don't quite know what to do. But anyway, so I'm just glad Jason didn't have to go to the damn hospital in a month. So I don't know. But it's freaky too, because ever since the fog, he's been sick, and it pisses me off. Oh, okay. What is what called? What is it called when I have a point in a story? Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. An analogy? A short story? A blog? Am I close? Hotter or cooler? Hot or cold? Hot or cold? Yeah. And I mean, we just want people to stop effing with our freaking lives and our family and hurting. Yeah. It just slave stealers, slave stealers. Shouldn't say anymore. Operation Underground Railroad. Tim likes the tunnel. I remember hearing that under that CrossFit gym, or I'm sorry, OUR headquarters, which I mean, who's buying it? I would love to know who's buying it, so we can know the blueprints of that sucker and see if it's true that there's tunnels under there. I'm sure they lead to the church. Some of them. I don't know. I believe Asia Rain. I do. I believe Allie Carter until they give me a reason not to, you know. They don't know me. I'm just saying it's my choice to listen. I want to listen to everybody, you know, and what they do with their integrity is up to them, you know. And that's all I can depend on. There's people out there that have a heart like mine, you know. They're right here. You're right here. So I'm just saying, you know, we all have different paths, but it's like we all are looking, you know, I don't know. We all have different reasons for being here. Yeah, and anyways, you guys are some dedicated people. And I again am so grateful, blessed, loved. I feel like it's times like these whenever I sit back and just kind of think about all that, then I can like I feel like God's, you know, raining blessings on me. Like just I'm blessed, you know. That's me. Keep writing the story. Oh, hey Donna, what are you doing? And I'm being healed through you guys too. That's just it. It's so beautiful. It's ugly, but it's okay because in that it's easier to do when you're not doing it alone. I think that's it. Connection is it's essential. We are social beings, you know. As much as I've sheltered myself and it wasn't intentional. I didn't like intentionally be like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna like shut it down. We had the whole COVID thing, which I mean, you know, whatever. It brought along positive things or things that have helped me and you know to keep in touch with this case, keep in touch with you guys. It got me into this little box right here and to where we can have these conversations and discuss and bring ideas and experiences, personal or not, and just talk about these things. And I couldn't have assembled a better team. Couldn't have done it. Wasn't expecting it. That's the beautiful, really the beautiful part. And I've told this to Jason, you know, when KJ came down and she was like, all right, but you're going to have to show up for your community every week. And I was just like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? And I mean, this is 2022, I think. And I didn't sit back long enough to like realize I was like, well, I didn't set out to like community, you know, like set up a community. I never looked at it like that. I looked at it as, you know, this is Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe. This is their community. That we are their community, and they brought us together, and our other loved ones, you know, and just the missing pieces that we're looking for, and that just kind of attracted or orbited you over here, you know, and me there, crossed our paths. And so it's just, I never looked at it like that. And I still really, you know, they still are the reason, you know, that's how we make it count. I believe they brought us together. Tragic, unnecessary reasons, you know. And there's nothing like standing up in solidarity, and I'm all about that. I will fight till the end, okay? I'm your girl because I am good at the long game. That is for sure. I might not have patience whenever I click on things and wait on a video to play, but I've got the long game. Rest in bitch face. Okay, I do. Yeah. Yeah, come on. That's what I'm saying. What's up? Sorry, I'm still talking though. I mean, I was just talking. Hey, happy New Year.
Hey, happy New Year. Something has been I've been thinking about something. You know, I did send a crazy text I was like, y'all keep your minds open.
I'm
But
gonna go
here's
grab
the
me something to
thing.
drink. Hold on.
Okay.
Well, Just chit chat for a second.
Okay, I'll chit
Um,
chat. Okay, I'll chit chat. Y'all, we got this trial coming up, and it is really going to be something with Lori thinking she runs everything. Man, she's got people typing for her and bringing her notes and going to do research. She thinks she's the queen mama right now. And, but I have some questions for them because, you know, we've like all these books they write about end times and all that stuff. And what do they think happens next after they have their tents and they're hungry and people are dying everywhere? I just want to know, what do they, that couldn't be the end of it. There's more to come after that. So what do they think it is? And also, I just want to say to everybody, and even the Bible says this, that not everybody that comes and says that I'm speaking to you from the Lord is actually doing that, because I'm guessing Cresha can hear me while I'm talking to this, but people have figured out that religion is a good way to manipulate people. Not everybody in religion. When I say that, I don't mean everybody, but I mean there are some bad people who have recognized that people who are worshipers are easier to manipulate and to get to do these things that they want them to do because they're already predisposed to obeying. And so, because that's the hard part about talking about it, is because when you start talking about it, people throw up a guard because it's not me. You're talking about me. You're talking about my religion or my, no, I mean, it could be somebody in your religion, but I'm not talking about you specifically. I saw this thing. It was an ex-Jehovah Witness video. And this guy that used to do these videos, he didn't want to show his face and he didn't have a emoticon. So he would put on goth makeup to talk. So you couldn't recognize who he was. And
like this.
He was a wonderful storyteller. He was, and he would tell stories, and you would be all in, and it would turn out all different than you thought it would be almost every time. And there were true stories, you know, things that happened to him, like, and it was really sad what happened to him, what got him upset. But anyway, he was an artist, and he would draw all these, like when he was telling a Bible story or something, he would make dioramas and like little paper dolls and strings and all kinds of. I sure wish he took his videos down. I went looking for him because
what a dude.
Yeah, because I'm telling you, I think if he put them back up, they would get a lot of views just because they're bizarre as hell. Anyway, so he came up with this. It was a really long video, and like I said, I went to look for it, and the name of the YouTuber was called JW Fairy Tale. And anyway, oh my God, me too. Well, he worked for Disney at the time that before he even started. Anyway, so he was, I think that it was more of a what if, but he was like talking about these new religions like Jehovah's Witnesses, Latter-day Saints. I don't even know what all new religions, but he was saying they're all similar, but they're different. But he was like, what if there was a funder or a manipulator that was higher than them that
created the religion?
Well, I don't know if created the religion is the right word, but it's a way of controlling.
I've got the same questions. I've asked this to Jason for sure. I think I've mentioned it here a couple times. It kind of under my breath a little bit because it's a little. I don't want
to say
it's mafia coming at me. I'm just asking.
Yes, yeah, exactly. It's not.
I mean, I don't
identify that. What is it? I don't even know if Illuminati. Maybe we can cut that out if it gets us. And see, that's another thing. I understand.
I know. We can say triangle or
why
Yeah.
Google doesn't want us to use the words, because there are people who would get up on here and just talk crazy about everything all the time just to
And
get
they
views.
do.
And they
it's
do.
not that they even talk crazy. It's just that you can't talk shit. You can't talk
Well,
truth about the sugar daddies, basically.
almost always you got to use lawyer-like talking.
It's
You know,
dumb. It's the dumbest shit
well,
I've
it
ever
is
dealt
dumb,
with.
but on the other hand, I do think that in recent years that we have all gotten very crude in our dialogue, so we call each other names and
That's
all
true.
that, and if
I'm
we
guilty.
could well, me too. It's almost a relief whenever you're like really upset about something, just to give them a big call them names and all that, but it really doesn't help anybody but yourself.
Yeah. I know.
And it don't help yourself
do not
only
stutter. I don't stutter one damn time whenever I'm pissed or, when I'm really making my point, then you're like, holy crap, where the hell did that come from?
Oh, I know.
But,
I've had people say, do I know you?
right. Well,
and
do you
I can
want
say
to?
I can say the meanest things too. They're not real mean,
too.
but they're
I
just
can
like
too.
real. And
I can
oh
too.
my God,
I
they're
think
just
we
so
all
real.
can. It's words, you can't take them back. But I mean, really, when I first came into this, I was more or less learning by watching other creators who were covering, because I really only followed the Daybell case, my family's case. I've watched
Right.
every video I could put my hands on, every audio, just all the things. I don't know. It's just been my way. It's not everybody's way in the family, but it's just my way. And I guess, because I couldn't like control, you have no control over how this is spitting out to you, but I can try, I guess my thing, which was also not realistic, but I mean, it just was so much information coming at you in waves. Like I said, it was a punch, 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 it's like, it's what it felt like. And, I could at least control or not have others broadside me or Lori and Chad broadside me. I could get my hands on the documents. I didn't really quite understand everything, but I could just kind of try to stabilize the absolute freaking chaos that was happening. Like, you know what I mean? Like, try to brace for it. Not that there is such a thing. And you can kind of hurt yourself more, like in a car accident. If you brace for impact, you can actually hurt yourself more. So, I mean, it's so much to just emotionally, much less psychologically or spiritually or all the other things, that this affects. And it's very, it's just wrong. Just murdering other people. But anyways, yeah. So I tiptoed around and learned to be sensitive or more aware of how actual victims felt, like that was not on my brain. And that's something I had to kind of learn. Like, so I would tiptoe around the words to not be triggering to some other person who just catches my stream or whatever, and maybe sound like I'm being insensitive, which I do half the damn time. I know I feel bad, but I don't have that storytelling gene. I don't have that gift. I'm not good at that.
You are too.
Mm.
It's just, it just takes time. And two, it's so much of it. How can anybody tell a story whenever there's like got a million things hanging off?
Other
Oh yeah, but let me
cases.
tell you this, let me
Yeah.
tell you this. I try to not get interested in too much other
I
truth
know.
because my brain
Oh,
cannot take it. I know
yeah.
I cannot take it. And
How
what I
many
do,
agree with Donna right now?
I mean,
and it's
if
okay.
it's related, I do. Like if
Mhm.
it's like with Ruby and them, that was related, and
Yeah.
but I just don't feel like I can go down every rabbit hole. I don't know how anybody can be a defense lawyer.
I know. I know. No, that's a good point. It really is. It's because it's you invest your time. Time is something you never get back.
I'm gonna tell you
And then
something.
your
Me and you,
brain capacity. Yeah.
we've downright
I've
been to
yeah.
seminary school.
And
Besides,
I feel like I've like Operation Underground, the case, Tim Ballard, Operation Underground Railroad. That's a whole other case, but I just look at it as the same group of people just being discovered at different times, different aspects of the conspiracy, so to speak, or
and
the plot or the mission, however you want to put that.
because Tim Ballard was, let's quote, successful in making a lot of money in rescuing
Wow.
kids, that has
Allegedly.
got the attention of more scammers who also
Mhm.
want to, like, oh, that's a big deal to be we're gonna make some money, make a documentary
Mhm.
about missing kids, and
They
that
definitely
seemed
have a
like,
network. They definitely have a network, and it's showing connections to me more and more and more. The
and
more
when
I
I
talk
do
about it, the
see,
more I analyze it. Go ahead.
I think about you and Kay and Larry, about the families. When I see these other things going on, I think about, well, I wonder how that happened. Like for instance, everybody's been upset in that Sebastian Rogers thing, and they're saying,
Mhm.
well, the mother sent pictures that weren't the latest pictures, but
Yeah.
I'm sure the mother sent all the pictures, and one of the pictures was from the day before. I don't know how more recent you can get than that.
Yeah.
But the thing about it is it's not like Kay and Larry got to go down to the FBI and talk to them about, well, I like this picture better, Jace, of that one, or all that, or you know what I'm
I
saying? And
Yeah, I
two,
remember
this
seeing
is
that
an
picture of JJ, and I was just like, I don't even know who that is, basically. He looks so
and
much
two,
older.
exactly. Tracy and I talked about that just the other
It's
day, about
crazy.
how much, even I don't think that was the
Tylee.
best picture of Tylee they could have used either,
But I
but
mean, I
oh
don't
well.
it's just about getting their face out there, but when you look, I've learned that even the NCE, National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, is also infiltrated in this rings of fire, basically, that they all connect. You have the Franklin scandal, you have the Atlanta, Georgia child murders, you have Charles Manson, the son of Sam, the Davidians. This you want to know who it is? It's the three-letter agencies. They're in on this. It's our government, and I'm sorry, it is, and it's just it really sucks. And
But
so
and
I
the same thing,
just
I'm gonna
pray
say
for
this
people.
too, not to say, just like it's not all religions or everybody in a
Mm-mm.
religion, it's not everybody in government. It's
It's just
certain
these shitty
people. I don't
people.
know who they are, but it's key people. And
Well, we're pointing them out. We are exposing you, and so
and it
pick
is
your poison.
embarrassing, and nobody wants to hear about it. That's the
But
biggest
you know
thing.
why? You know why? Because of the labels that have been produced by the ABC alphabet government, the agencies. They created the term conspiracy theorist, or conspiracy theory, back whenever people were starting to be like and questioning JFK's assassination. And I mean, I'm learning this. I never was like, oh yeah, I'm just a conspiracy theorist. No, I'm a critical thinker, and that's dangerous to them. They don't want critical thinkers in the one world cult. Okay, they don't,
And
because
see,
it's
that's
damaging.
another thing. What is this? The one that, okay, as when I was growing up, we used the term the New World Order, but the New World Order to us was supposed to be like end times, and then after end times,
Antichrist.
there was
Yeah.
going to be a paradise
Rapture.
earth where we were going to just live on the
Oh,
earth as a
I
paradise.
want to hear this because
see,
I'm
that's-
going to
that's-
correlate it.
That's how Jehovah's Witnesses are different in that they
Tell me.
think listen, they offer you the opportunity to never die. You never are going to die. You're going to
Sounds
keep
like
living.
Mormons. Sounds like exalted
that's
translated beings.
because honey, they that's what I want to know. Once they have
Okay.
the white tents and all that shit's gone down, they've killed
That's
all
just
the bad
symbology.
people. So what are
It's
they
just
going to do
symbolism.
now? Are they going to all go to heaven? Are they going to live on earth? What are they going to do? See, that's
Chads,
what's the
these
next thing?
doomsayers or these accelerationalists, okay, they are basically just using this rhetoric, this theme, the doomsday, the end times prophecies. This is the language they speak. This is their vehicle to manipulate and to thrust this thing forward, because there's scientists, there's doctors, there's lawyers, judges, teachers, coaches, football players. I mean, there's all walks of life that are part of this. I'll say inverted. Okay, just inverted is much easier, but they're all part of this inversion belief system that has infiltrated, okay, our society. And it's taken a couple well, I mean, it's been going on. I haven't gone that far back, but I mean, it's so much and it's so detailed that it's like, yeah, it's too much. Like, I'm not there yet. Okay. I hope that I can become old and be 90 years old and be telling my great grandkids about this, because I think I'll maybe have it 2% done by then. Just
I
kidding.
think I broke my brain on this.
But I mean, as long as we are better, as long as we are learning from this. I've learned so many things about, and I still have to go and learn more detailed things about my lineage and like my family's participation, or certain members of my family extended, that took part in Freemasonry. And, then it gets into the spiritual level, and it's just like, okay, so there's these curses on your bloodline, and and it affects people, just like whenever, like, let's say, it's more likely that my kids will have anxiety because I have anxiety. It can also be passed through genetics. It's so freaking complex and layered that, this is just not one of those, here, this is cut and dry. I mean, I could have had that a long time. That was figured out a long time ago, basically. I mean, the court system did that for us. If I'm just going to buy it into it that much, now, like you were saying about my family, like you think about my family and how they look at things. And I do too. I like the way I went through this, this lane I chose basically is not the same path that my mom and Larry took. It's nobody else took this path. I don't know why the hell I did, but here I am. And Megan took the path that she took. And I mean, I'm grateful, I'm so thankful. She's that's a good thing. And I mean, I know that Colby is interested, and there's more, and him and Kelsey, they want to know more, but that's good. It's like whenever mom and Larry or anybody else in and around my family, if they ever want to know anything that I'm barking up, I would love to be able to share with them. And I've tried. It's just, I sound like a crazy person because I'm like, okay, and I don't know how to tell it without being overwhelmed. The last time I tried telling my mom about, I try to only like tell her what I need her to know. Like, I wanted her to know back before Lori's trial that this is much bigger, Mom. This is not just Chad and Lori. This is not at all. This is a secret society. I just didn't know as much as I do today. And so, it's scary too, because of the labels that are put out there onto us to discredit us, to basically shut down the thinking of people who are like, well, why are they saying that over there? If we're saying this right here, if I'm saying what I'm saying right here, there's people who have been programmed basically to not listen to people like me, and they just throw that label out. This has worked in Mormonism big time. If you're not a faithful Latter-day Saint and you're just rank and file, then they ostracize. I don't care what they say. They ostracize and they push that person out, and they punish you by isolating that person. Think about how Mormons, their outer darkness is the worst thing for a Mormon. Being alone forever and ever and ever in eternity by themselves, outer darkness. It's so manipulative. And look at how Lori treated Uncle Charles. She forbade everybody to talk to Uncle Charles. And that's her son's father, or allegedly, you know what I mean? That's supposedly who she married, who she decided to adopt my nephew, and raise him as her own. But I'm just saying, like, if you're not for me, you're against me. It's so crazy. And she was so worried about other people calling, like Joe Ryan. She was like, he thinks I'm this crazy Mormon, that spiel. And yet she's over here calling them damn demons and Satans and Ned Schneider and zombies and shit. And I'm just like, oh, hey, pot, I'm kettle, projection. That is one thing that you can tell on every one of these assholes. I swear. I'm just like, project much? It's in Gypsy Rose. I mean, just all the little murder cases I've come, kind of dabbled into, and I'm just like, whoa, yeah.
And also, I've noticed, of course, only I have compared to Lori and Chad, because that's the only case I really know a lot about. And so I like compare, I wonder how that was. But this also was happening. I noticed, and how Annie would go back and she would read and do stuff that we already all saw. And then she would say, well, we all knew this, or Kay knew this, or you knew this, when none of us knew it because we didn't know to pay attention to it.
Or we didn't present it that way, or I didn't.
Right. And
I'm
so
like, what?
People are doing that to the parents in that case too, because they're like going back and picking through stuff that they said and say, oh, they should have known.
There's nothing new to move it along.
And
it just
in fact,
really sucks that it's not about Sebastian on either side.
No,
None of
and
it.
Kay,
And I'm
like
just
Kay,
like, what the hell?
Kay didn't know what was going on with all the people talking about. She was like, still, she doesn't know all the details we did, because her mind probably couldn't have held it at the time.
Not only that, but I mean, you have to be some kind of righteous person to think that, that person has to watch your program to know what the hell you're talking about to answer you, or to, that's called just go to the source and just be like, I have questions.
And the police, as we know, and like all those people in Rexburg thought that Chad was the cat's meow.
Yeah.
And they had to eat their shit when they dig those kids up. But we didn't really know about it publicly. We did. They all had to eat their shit silently, I guess.
I still think they were shaking their handkerchief saying Hosanna, Hosanna to God and the Lamb. Okay. Whenever at General Conference, to basically consecrate, I guess that's the word you use, the sacrifices that were made, if you know what I mean. And that's that whole mass participation. They get the whole congregation to participate in that Hosanna, Hosanna to God and the Lamb. And I'm like, holy shit. It blew my mind when I saw how many people did that. And I was just like, this is the cultiest thing I've ever seen in my life. And then I just started like putting it together. I'm like, okay, so whenever they rededicate a temple, before they rededicate a temple, when you and I can go in there, but I wouldn't freaking step anywhere close the one. Jason wants to go in one. I'm like, well, bye. Bye. Woo!
wouldn't.
I can't. My body, it like rejects it. It just
Well,
can't.
I'm nosy, and technically I'm sitting here going, I would go with Jason, and we could go and before. But when I got there, I'm sure I
Once you
would
go
be
to
like,
the upper room.
I would be
Once
like,
you
do we
go.
have a throw up thing I can take with me?
Oh my God. You got to wear the little baker's hat and everything and the little
Oh, no,
green apron.
it's not happening. It's crazy.
Oh,
It's just crazy.
I
And you know
think
what?
that's a humiliation initiation type tactic to wear all that, not knowing what you're walking into as a
Everybody that
member of the
you hear
church.
give an experience will tell you that. They're like, is this a
It's just
joke?
silly. It's like,
all this, I've been studying all these years, and this is what I'm going to get.
might as well put your tinfoil hat on.
And I wonder if anybody ever has, at the point where they say, if anybody don't really believe this, you can leave now. I wonder if anybody
Nemo
ever.
did. Remember when Nemo did? He was like,
Well,
sure
no,
did.
I'm talking about he did eventually, but I'm
Yeah.
talking about like the first time you go in there, go, I
Yeah,
bet
I'm out.
somebody has. I bet
I
there's
gotta
a
go.
smart ass
But
somewhere that
it's a manipulation thing. It's like, oh, okay, you don't know what you're getting into. There's no informed consent. There's none of that. You're just like, you're doing it because your parents did and they expect you to. And there's pressure and expectations living through your child.
Oh my gosh, so much.
It's so same, I'm sure, in Catholicism. Like, I told my grandfather on his deathbed, he wasn't talking. Okay. I mean, he was straight up reaching up, and trying to take his mask off, his oxygen mask off. And then right before he died, right after I left, but my mom was sawing logs on the little couch in there, and I was like reading a Cosmo, and I kept looking over at my grandpa because he kept reaching up, and I was like, oh Lord, he's reaching for God, and I was just like kind of like,
oh my
uh-oh.
gosh.
Yeah. And
I was just going to tell you, it's been about 2 weeks ago. My mom was really, really sick. And I went in there, and she told me that her mother had been in there to see her. My grandmother, who's been dead for 30 years. And it scared the crap out of me. And I just said, well, Grandma, Mama's not ready to go with you today.
Yeah.
And my mother doesn't even believe that. You know what I'm saying? Jehovah's Witnesses.
But that's dreaming, even dreaming and stuff.
No, it's not the dreaming part.
How do they view ancestors and stuff?
Jehovah's Witnesses believe that everybody that is dead right now is dead in their grave, asleep, and they will
only
be
144,000
goes to heaven.
People.
And then after the white tents and all that stuff, they'll be resurrected back to a paradise earth. But here, let me tell you about the fairy tale guy with the makeup. So I went looking for him, and I found him, but he's got a new YouTube channel, and he's not got on makeup.
Okay.
And I hope he's don't ever see this, but he's not that attractive. And I think maybe that's why he wore the makeup too,
Ain't shit to see here. Move along. I'm just kidding.
No, seriously, but look, he has a new YouTube channel, and he's like being a preacher. But it's the guy that I told you about, the JW fairy tale guy.
The
and look,
storyteller.
He's a preacher, and I mean, he sounds good because I listened to him. He sounds sincere, but at the same time, Kresha, I feel like it's a joke, and that he hasn't got to the part where he's going to tell us God's not real or something.
Yeah. Oh,
but maybe he's not. But I'm not sure whether that's. He may be completely sincere, and it's like while he's preaching, he's sitting there with his suit on, and he has like a tie and a thing, like a pocket square that matched the wallpaper behind him. And it's like, stuff from the stars. Maybe it's spiritistic, and I don't know it.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Star things in this on his tie, then so he's talking all about worshiping God and all that, and his wife or girlfriend, whatever, standing behind him, and she's pretty as a picture. And you're going, is it a joke or is he for real? Do you know what I'm
I
saying?
understand. Yeah, that I do that with
And I'm
everybody
so
that I follow,
upset.
and I'm
I'm
just
so
like, "Are they
upset with
bullshitting
him.
or what?"
So I put in the comments, I was like, hey, I've missed you so much. I've been looking for your old videos. And I told him I'd been like looking at the Mormons because of some weirdness and stuff. And he goes, well, you know,
Yeah.
they're a cult too. Yeah,
Well,
I know,
we
Tom.
agree. Yeah. It's just not, I've just found it's not a constructive way to go about this, you know?
But the way he was talking about it before, I would give anything for that video. Because he was like, excuse me, that the purpose was a purpose that like, he was like, you know how Armageddon, according to Jehovah's Witnesses, everybody on the earth except for that 2 million people are going to die. So according to that, there'd be dead bodies everywhere, announced dead bodies everywhere. And so that's not all
Sounds
that
like Visions
fun.
of Glories and Suzanne Freeman's book.
So the only reason why you would ever be able to deal with that is because you were brainwashed and thought that that was the right thing, and I'm going to bury these bodies and stuff.
Yeah.
And so he was saying maybe all of these groups were tricked into being the cleanup crew for whatever mess these Illuminati people are having in mind. I don't know. It sounds crazy, even while I'm saying it out loud.
Yeah. Well, I think that's the only way you can, like, I have found this talk therapy basically when I get to come right here and talk and just talk it out. You know, that's like the only time it helps me process things. And I know I sound ridiculous a lot of time, just like, you know, that thing, another thing. Yeah, it's like you're trying to connect.
And
you don't
people
even
who know
know
those things, like if they know the details on like some scientific part, she don't know nothing because
I
she don't
don't.
know every part
I
of
don't try to know
evaporation.
it all.
She does not know all the science, so she couldn't possibly. So I mean,
it makes me sound stupid or unsure, like I'm not confident in saying these things or even questioning these things because it sounds so crazy and far-fetched. How does an airplane match with jello? Or, you know, these two don't, what? And so it's like,
well, it
it's
makes people
so nuts.
uncomfortable. It
It
makes
makes me
people
really
uncomfortable.
uncomfortable. But we
Well,
have to
yeah.
get comfortable talking about uncomfortable things, Donna. Don't you know? I
Oh
learned that
my gosh.
along the way. That was a very smart man, you know? To learn
This
that from.
cover up of bad things. That's, you know,
They're not
and
even
it's
trying to
true.
do that now. They're just
Well,
straight
that's
up
true.
being assholes. Now I'm just like, wow, in plain
Right in
sight.
front of everybody.
But it also, another thing that's occurred to me is like Cat Williams, you know, saying about 2024, it's, you know, the truth, and yada yada yada, and basically I'm just like, but what's really about to go on? I mean, is this just to occupy us while y'all doing some really sadistic and evil shit somewhere else? Because I mean, hashtag Foggate, that's nuts.
So y'all got fog there. I'm just saying.
No, well now, yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't have
But
fog yet, but it's kind of was dreary today, but it wasn't
it's hit
foggy.
and miss. It's like it was in New Jersey, it was in Texas, California, Arkansas, here somewhat. You know, it was like in the Houston area, so I'm not far from Houston.
Well, I don't
And
know.
I'm
The
like, oh
government
my
can cause
God.
that. Maybe Satan. I don't know.
I just think it's some really nefarious people doing some really nefarious shit. And then they're like, what? What are you talking about? You know? And they just
So they admit
so
there's fog.
stupid, though.
Are you talking about those drone things?
It can be part of that. I forgot about those things until, you know what though?
Okay. So you weren't talking about that.
Logging on to my Roku device the other day, or no, right around the same time as the drone thingies. Okay. And then that's what shows up on one of the things. I don't know, like one of the little icons on the Roku, you know, you have your different channels. on your main menu, and it has like a whole little spaceship thing that I'm like, oh, that's funny. I mean, cute, so cute. And so that's why it just seems like such a big damn joke, you know? It's just like, what the fuck?
Well, anybody can have those things, but I do think it's kind of weird. And we've been having this good, comfortable government now for about 200 years. And
Yeah.
it's not like somebody might not
infiltrated way
want
back.
to.
I
Well,
actually
you know what I'm
think
saying.
I sometimes
Nothing
question,
is perfect in this system. I mean, in this, way we're going, nothing is perfect. And but as far as how we live,
mhm, that's really all we can do. It's just try to adjust ourselves and like,
yeah. I mean,
okay.
can you imagine if you were living in some city like in damn one of those countries that's having bombs dropped on them right now? That would be not too good of a night's sleep. You know what I'm saying?
No.
They're
And
living
those,
that
I
shit.
mean, there's a lot of that's also just bullshit. I mean, it's like they have to have a scapegoat. That's how I see it. There's always a scapegoat.
I think there's really some
I
wars
mean,
going on right now.
I think it's been an all out. It's domestic terrorism 2.0. It's like elevated. It's like
Yeah.
Lori and on a global scale, basically. And it's
Yeah.
it's super gross. It's very, very. That's what makes it scary, because it's like you have all these psychopaths and and then they say things they already know. They communicate with each other, obviously. I mean, they do a very good job at duping it. I mean, that's what I'm trying to get a hold of. Like, I'm trying to
The
put
more
it into
communication we have, the worse our communication is, it seems like.
yeah, because it's so massive. That's what I'm saying. This is such a monstrous like task. And I'm like, what are you really doing, Krish? Like, what are you doing? Why? And I feel like I'm doing that to myself, like it's self-inducing. And it is, but I cannot. I want to be able to move on forward, and I feel like I can't until I make some sort of comprehensible.
You're like a whistleblower, and you can trying to get attention, and at
There's
the same
nowhere
time,
to
you're scared that if you do get the attention, somebody will kill you.
girl, that's why I've been like super like, I don't care,
Well,
I'm just
exactly. I mean, for real,
down
if
low.
you were to blow the top off of it, somebody would come kill you.
But there are so many other people. It's just, so like how you were in Jehovah's Witness and everything. And so that system like nobody's business, right? And
Well, I
just
guess
like
I do.
how we've now learned the LDS Mormon pillar of this. There's different pillars. There's
You
the
see,
Jesuits, there's the
I didn't know. I think I know everything about it, but see, there's some people who are LDS that think they know everything about it, that don't know about the second
Julie Rowe
anointing,
talks about the damn
there may
Illuminati.
just some young ones that don't know about magic underwear yet.
I didn't know my ass from a hole in the wall until these life-changing tragedies happen, and then I didn't have a choice. It's just like it just shock doctrine.
Well,
Woo!
I'm just gonna say, as far as I can tell, I mean, being a Jehovah's Witness is not a party, and it is deadly if you've got anything that has to do with blood or anything like that, because you're gonna have to die. So, okay,
Oh yeah,
it is deadly, but I think that the LDS are like, hold my beer, because they
hold my my grape juice.
and they only got like a 40-year start on them, because Jehovah's Witnesses started in like 1870s, and the Mormons started in like the 1840s, or that's kind of when he found the.
Hey, I really do think though. Okay, so don't come at me, but
I won't.
and I mean, I think it can go big. It's so okay. I sometimes wonder if Joseph Smith and this whole church, because I mean, it just sounds so crazy. I mean, just the money digging and treasure hunting and the freaking using pendulums and the Sears hat and the Urim and Thummim and all the things. Okay. Same damn thing that Chad Daybell does. Same damn thing that they, that the Lafferty brothers used, their parents used to decide what they were going to have for damn dinner. They're like, okay, what are we going to have? Rice and beans, and they're whatever. And so it's so warped. I just don't see how a 14-year-old went to Dartmouth or whatever the hell that, and then Elder Ballard is like related to Hiram Smith and Joseph Smith. And he thinks that, allegedly, they think that they're related to Jesus Christ, or they say the bloodline, but really their Lord is the dark one. Okay. And so that's what they really mean. That's the righteous seed that Gordon Bowen talks about, that David Hamlin talks about, that I'm sure Chad Daybell thought he had the golden seed or the whatever. The bloodlines are matched up. And I think that's the whole polygamy practice. Okay. That's just it, cut and dry. And so I think Chad and Lori were hooked up that way.
Got two people on the Mayflower that were
more yeah. Because Tim Ballard, no, for real, Tim Ballard, one of the women that are suing him, I think Miss Utah, but don't quote me on that. But I mean, she thinks that she was Elizabeth Tilley and that he was John Howland, and they were on the Mayflower. Okay. And I'm just like, couple shrews, huh? Yeah. So same shitty doctrine.
Damn it, on the damn day. Mayflower, they were doing that shit.
I done pulled the Mayflower log back years ago. I was reading about everybody.
Yeah, I do wonder how I got here now.
But I think it's just all this hidden knowledge. Whenever there's that testimony of Lori at Melanie Gibbs' house, comes at you once, comes at you twice, comes at you 3 times, that one.
Yeah.
Right out the gate. And I missed it. And so that day I was streaming, not a couple streams ago or whatever, I was talking about Julie Rowe, and then I was kind of skipping around, and I was like, oh my God. I went to play a clip out of that testimony of Lori, and right out the gate, but I had myself muted the whole time. And y'all couldn't hear what I was playing, but y'all could hear me talking. And I was like, but right when you start that recording, Lori says that, I'm gonna grab it, damn it, because it's gonna aggravate me. Yeah. Let me see. Microphone gets in the way. Testimony. I don't even want to put that because it's going to bring up all the court shit. What is it? What do I call it? What do I call that? I don't remember. Let me just look. Okay, let me just go to East Idaho News, unfortunately. Oh, this is another thing while I'm right here and got you right here. This is another thing I caught. All right, let me slow this down. It's going to be real weird for a little second, but I was pulling some clips out of this, and I never did catch the first part. Well, I realized last night that this was 31 minutes. I was like, well, damn, I only have like a 5-minute clip, and so I clicked it and I caught the way they shook hands, and I was like, oh, damn, this dude right here and this dude right here and this dude right here. Look at them. 3 peas in a pod. Just so I showed Jason, and I'm not very good at this part of the pointing things out, besides Tim doing this all the time. He's always doing his little horns. And I mean, if you go look up Liberty 89, which is one of the I think it's a nonprofit organization and not a for-profit. Not sure, but it's one that Ballard, Huvell, Sean Reyes was part of, and Tom Harrison, all the partners. Okay. And so, but their little sign or whatever is the horn. Yeah. I'm just like, okay, this is making sense. There's so much evidence, but it's massive, I'm just trying to wrangle it in. Okay. What am I doing? Playback speed. Okay. Let me shut up. Let's see. We'll go here. Let's see.
And Tim Ballard, head of
Tim Ballard.
Operation Underground Railroad.
Don't really
Thank
matter
you,
what they're saying.
gentlemen, for being
Right
part
there.
of
Oh
Grieving.
yeah.
Sure
Yeah.
know this. Well,
So good to have you here.
but it was something
Now,
about what caught me. Like sometimes I'll just be listening and I'm listening to what these two are saying. But it was something in that clip that I had already had where he's talking about Carlos Slim. And he was like, well, why don't you tell us about who is Carlos Slim? And then Tim's acting all like, well, he's just the richest guy in the world, Well, he funded the Sound of Freedom, You're just like, what? He owns New York Times. And you're just like, what the hell are we doing? And he's like the Mexican mafia over there, and you're just like, mother cracker. This is just all these cartels all over the place. They are the cartel. It is what it is. That's my job, is to that's all I can do. But yeah, and I mean, he's a little, I haven't really analyzed Jim Caviezel besides, him playing Jesus, basic, straight up. I wonder how many rituals took place on that set. I wonder about that $20 million alleged movie that Gordon Bowen never did, produce, allegedly, because it was so shitty. I wonder what's on those tapes. How come everybody has tapes? Diddy has tapes. All these people have tapes. Tim has tapes, I mean, just steady footage. And what are they do? I just want to know. I know ketamine here. Okay. But like, is it that 2C stuff? The pink cocaine? And this also ties, Tim also ties this organization, this ring, this, what did he say? The criminal enterprise. Okay. It ties to, oh shit, I just forgot it. It's called, the octopus thing. Iran Contra. And it also goes to Ukraine via David Levitt and other people. And so it brings in that whole Maria Abramovich bitch. And then they canoodle with Kanye West and Diddy, and even Cassie, who is actually the one. Basically, when you're like, so Cassie would have had to have trafficked many people too, so because that's how this works. It's like an MLM, basically, in a triangle shape, and then they get blackmail on the people, and then and then they make them do that too, and then they have that video footage to hold over your head or to manipulate or blackmail you. That's what they do. That's what this is. It's so gross. It's so freaking gross. And why kids? And it's kids because that's the most effective way in a spiritual sense, it's the most effective way to offend God. It's to hurt his little lambs. And so these wolves are not around us or around our children. They are their bishops, they are their teachers, they are their coaches, they are their Boy Scout troop leaders, they are in these boys, big sisters, little sisters, in all these different organizations that are funded by bigger organizations. There's always the fall guy, there's always that, what do you call it? I guess degrees of separation to just how I feel like with the church. Nothing directly like would tie to implicate them, even though I feel like in my family's case, in Lori's case, for sure, I'm like, I feel this is my conspiracy, my opinion. I think that Lori was talking shit in jail. I think she was maybe saying stuff like, that they probably didn't want to get out. Okay. It's called MK Ultra. It's called brainwashing. It's called trigger words. It's called, like the call language that freaking Julie Rogue uses, that Tom Harrison uses. He's a freaking shrink, for God's sake. I mean, he's a handler. He handles freaking old Manchurian candidate right here, right here. Mitt Romney was another one. He just didn't make it into the White House. They've been trying to get into the White House since Joseph Smith. He ran for president. And I mean, it's just now they do get in the White House. This one got in the White House, you know, under the Trump administration. And then again, this one, they're all raving about, oh, we want a wall. We want a wall. Yet they're freaking allegedly jetting freaking alleged traffic slaves into the United States. And not just the United States, but false, fake graduations at a University of Utah, and then allegedly passing them through the damn White House on a night tour. I guess I don't know. I wasn't there. But so how you gonna say you want a wall, but you're gonna bring immigrants in? Double speak. Make it make sense. Anyways, so hold on. I gotta look that up. I know. I've been on here forever. All 28 of you. Thank you. Hold on. Let me get out of here. You go ahead and talk.
Okay. Let's see.
Okay.
Well, I'm still got my brain stuck on how these people, what in the hell that the whole deal is, and I don't think they know. I think that, somebody knows, but most of the people who are the worker bees do not know the end game to whatever they're brainwashed in the moment. And something else, Krisha, when people get brainwashed, it's very important for people to know this, that when you are vulnerable, you got a death in the family, you got something, you're having drug use, something, you got
that's what that Kundalini stuff I was telling you about.
And they will rescue you, supposedly,
because they want you to be the victim, and they're the savior. Yes,
and that's when you get hooked into it. That's the only time you could be. Your brain wouldn't allow you to fall for all this at any other time.
There's many other elements though that go into that, like as far as okay, I think a lot of these people who grift and who are opportunists and are exploit, all the grifties, McGriftersons, that's their whole thing. This is how they abuse and manipulate and exploit you every which way they can. Look at Jody Hildebrandt, how she did with Adam Steed. And that's just one out of the bunch, I think that the Frankies, I think that Kevin Frankie and Ruby Frankie and her family, for sure. I do believe this. This is, again, my opinion, allegedly my conspiracy. But I think that they start with this exploitation of their own children, these vloggers, okay? And they're doing this blanket training and just these control tactics, These are the people that pinch their kid on the bottom, or you know what I mean? These are the type of people. They're sadistic, and it's because of how this generational thing. I think that maybe Lori and Alex, I don't know who else. I'm just saying, I feel like since their parents were temple workers, there are accounts and victims who have spoken out about ritualistic child abuse a lot in temple settings, for sure, in the LDS field. This happens in Catholicism with all the little boys, and just it's so gross. It's pervasive, and it's just like a feeding ground, and it's disgusting. They're psychopaths, and they don't know. They study us because they want to feel, or they don't know how to feel, and so they try, because they're acting. So I feel like they are trying to act like us, like Tim Ballard when he cries on demand, or any of these people when they cry on demand. They do it like drop of a hat, and I'm just like, okay. It's disgusting.
Fear. Let's see.
Go ahead.
Mom, I fear My
Okay.
brother is a preacher, and my daddy could sell anything. Like he could, he had no education, but he could like buy something for $200 and sell it for $2,000 any day of the week just by talking. And I
Mhm.
don't feel like I have that, but at the same time, I do kind of feel like I have it if I wanted it. I
If you
feel
could,
like
yeah,
I could be manipulative if I wanted to be, but it's
But you're not.
scary to me to think about that. Like
Right.
even
You have
as
a
a young,
conscience, that's why.
right. Like even like I'm going to use my beauty and my, I would never think about doing
That's the
that.
beta sex
But when I
kitten.
look back on it, I was cute enough that I could have,
Oh, it's not about that, girl. You're beautiful inside and out. Don't you
But you know what I'm
don't
saying
let me hear
is
them words come out your mouth anymore. You hear me? No.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
But
Oh
you
man.
were talking about outer darkness and
Yeah.
okay. Well,
It equates.
essentially that is being shunned from everybody you love and know, right?
Yeah.
Because you
When
don't
you
get
end
to
up
be
there.
with them. Okay. Well, see, that's what Jehovah's Witnesses do to you if you don't. And I know that doesn't seem like a big deal that
It
none
is.
of your relatives, past
It's
your immediate family
sad.
will speak to you, or I mean, they will look the other way if they see you in public. And also the people that you grew up with. And it really, I go, oh, I don't care. And it doesn't bother me.
It
But it
does.
freaking does bother me.
They're
Like,
kind of doing everybody like this. They're doing y'all a favor. Anybody that does this, and I know that sucks. I mean, I have found without being,
correct.
and caught up in those kind of systems, I've had my own way of kind of learning how to depend on myself and not have to depend on getting permission or what do you call it? Not okay, permission and someone's graces or I don't know, approval.
Well,
That I can make decisions on my own, and so
yes.
it really. I'm not gonna say it helps you because it really does hurt, but it's and that's why. Okay, so in the Jehovah Witness church, are there members who leave the church and get shunned or whatever, however they get out of there, like Cat Williams, like they get out of there, and do members, faithful, still practicing members, do they say, why don't you leave the church alone? Do they do that like what they do in Mormonism?
Yes, they
Wow,
do.
so
And yes, they do, but they really
crazy.
it's
That's
really
so fun.
weird because I see a whole lot more like the LDS do shun, but like how what's his name? John DeLynn has faithful people come on and talk to. There's no way that a faithful person, a faithful Jehovah Witness would come on and
Like
talk to them
Lauren, she
they
went and
they
talked
would
to
get thrown out. You would get thrown out
But it
immediately.
should
I
be
mean, as soon
okay.
as
It
they
should
found
be
about
okay
it.
to talk about problems. It should be okay to talk, especially when people are being abused. It shouldn't be,
No.
oh my God, you're
Oh
on
my
their side or
God.
you're on my side.
You can get thrown out for being abused because if
Yeah,
they tell you,
it's your fault.
if they tell you, well, we've talked to so and so and they've admitted it and they have prayed and now they're repentant and so God has forgiven them, and you can't tell anybody about it because they're repentant.
Yeah, it's your
And
damn
so you
fault.
got to sit
Shouldn't have
and
been
watch
dropping
them
Texas.
touch another little kid
Right.
and wait.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's it. That's how they plant the seed. So they're all
And I'm
unrighteous
telling
seeds.
you, they
planted
don't
seeds.
catch up with them until they've touched like 10 kids because of
Right.
that.
Right.
And they
Right.
don't think it's against the law. They think it's a sin, but they don't
Yeah.
connect it. I need to call the police. And it's so weird that the JWs and the LDS have almost the exact same
Catholicism.
procedure. Well, I don't know what the Catholic people do, but the Jehovah's Witnesses and LDS both have a damn helpline that they call and say, how bad is it? Is it bad enough that we're going to get sued or not? If it's bad enough if they're bad enough that it's going to get sued, then we'll go and offer them some money. But if it's not bad enough, nobody's going to know about it. Then just tell them to shut their mouths.
NDAs, boy, that's also another thing that's very all up in all these things is these
Now,
intimidation tactics.
the LDS people are way more educated than Jehovah Witnesses
They're
because they
very well educated.
they
Speak
tell
well.
Jehovah Witnesses are shamed if you get a higher education because Armageddon is coming any day. You don't need to learn any of those things because Armageddon is coming. You don't have faith if you're going to go to college. And so I didn't go to college until after I got out because it was,
It's
you
like
know,
breeders or something. Like you're there
oh,
to,
they wanted you to quit school and become a missionary, you know. Quit school. You don't need to. What do you need to go to school for? You know, you've learned enough. You know your damn BCs and your multiplication table.
yeah.
And anyway,
Wow.
and
It's sad.
and
It's just different systems. That's all it is.
it's the control that is the most hardest thing, that
But
you're
the
scared
worst
to
thing,
speak out even in your own home.
what I've realized about like what you've been through, what Megan, what people who have left these systems, okay, and they're thinking that, or y'all are probably just like, oh my God, you know, the church, you know, has been the cult. But then at the same time, then I'm studying and researching into the world I live in and how this
Yes.
church works and all this, then I'm like, oh, government. Oh, what? So it's like
Yes.
I'm in a cult too. And it's like, holy
Well,
shit. I didn't realize I was being abused. You know, I mean, not abused, but you know what I'm saying? Not
controlled.
directly, but controlled manipulation, gaslighting, love bombing, all the things. And so I
There
feel really bad because I'm like, do you realize that they're like, oh, well, crap, I got another one, another hurdle? Or
Okay.
is it kind of one and of the same?
Okay, well, here's the deal. And I know I talk about Stephen Hassan a lot and
No.
whatever can, anyway, he has this model about cults. And his model, he says that things are on a continuum of things that are not all that dangerous to things that are very dangerous.
And they can
And
work
so,
one and or one at a time,
so
or all,
yes,
you know,
an
different elements.
example would be
Okay.
an example of a cult that is not dangerous, I would say, is Alcoholics Anonymous.
Allegedly,
Alcoholics
that was produced
Anonymous,
by the
you have to
Mormons.
be dead. You have, well,
Jody
there,
Hildebrand has something to do with that, the setup of that program. Okay.
I don't know about all over the
But I mean, it
country.
works for my aunt, you know, she lives by whatever helps somebody. I think you can go
Exactly.
extreme.
My
Yeah.
son is an atheist, and he also goes to Alcoholics Anonymous, and that don't make sense because
Let me
you're
tell
supposed to
you,
bring in a higher power to do that thing. But
it's
he's been
interesting
dry.
when I
Look, he
went
was
to
such
when I had to go, I got a DWI, right? And so whenever I was forced to take AA or whatever, it made me want to drink. And I was just like, oh my God, when I go to this
you
class,
weren't
I
ready.
want it, you know, and I'm exactly, but I had to go. So it was just like, what? It didn't make sense in my world at that time, my process.
My
Yeah. So
son was an electrician, and he had his own like company vehicle. He got drunk and wrecked the company vehicle. He lost his
allegedly.
job. Oh no, he did, and lost his job. And at the same time that this was happening, my niece in Arkansas had leukemia, and they
Oh,
told her that if she took a blood transfusion, that there's hope. And
oh,
everybody in the family was encouraging her to not get one. And James was over there in the middle of my son, and it was just, and her husband was drinking because of she's dying over there. Anyway, she died, and
I'm
he
sorry.
stopped drinking after that. When he stopped drinking, when he had that wreck, and Stacy died,
He was
and he
ready.
started going to AA, and I mean, he really, I think if he
Clung to
stopped
it.
going,
Yeah.
it might be a problem. He leads meetings and stuff because
He's filling that void, maybe.
yes, and Jehovah Witnesses, they didn't go to college and all that, but they damn made them become speakers.
They're not dumb people, though. You know,
We had to
you can. They've dumbed us down.
like
They've
Cat
told us
Williams
not to
said.
trust in our own damn feelings and
Cat
our
Williams said when he
internal.
was like 4 or 5 years old, his parents had him standing on a chair up there giving a talk.
Reading
I have
thousands of
seen
books.
that a million times. That
Wow.
they do. They make them. They'll read the
That's
Bible when they come.
programming.
Oh
You
yeah,
know,
baby.
so
I was
crazy.
so good, honey. I could
Cool.
repeat, and my
Me
dialogue and
too,
my
Donna.
nomenclature, I sounded like a damn teacher of that stuff. And
Yeah.
I could fall back into it. And I'm talking now, but this is my recent problem. But Jehovah Witnesses have now changed it so that they don't call it disfellowship. They got a new word. It's called being removed. Okay.
Rebrand. Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Removed.
Yeah, it is. You're removed.
That's-
But you can get back in and they can talk to you if you want to come back in. And so they've called me and asked me and offered me a damn Bible study. But if you turn the Bible study down, they're going to shun you again. You know what I'm saying? They really have changed nothing. Anyway, so in the
So, I mean,
meantime,
you still get shunned?
yes, but except
It's
for
a
this one,
continuum also?
listen, this one lady that keeps coming over here, I'm sure they've sent her. And she like visits with my mom. And listen to this.
Sorry.
I've got to go down to the damn Medicare place and sign up so I can get paid to be my mother's caregiver. I may
Yeah.
can
I
maybe I
need to
can
do
get
the same with
yes,
Jason.
you do, Crescia, because
I
I think
know.
we
Mary
make
told me
like
about it before.
we've got
It's
to
so
do it. It's
crazy.
ridiculous for us to
It's
be
so heavy. It really is.
it would
I need
lighten
like
the
a
load.
whole
You know,
support
it
group
would
just for
lighten the
that.
load to have $400 a week extra.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Yes,
If I had a
yes.
damn food stamp card, it would freaking, my shoulders might come
You
up a
need to
little
go
bit.
see about it, honey. You do. You might have to sign
Oh,
up to be a caregiver at some place and go get training, whatever that would be.
I used to, I mean, I used to like want to be a recreational nurse, but whenever I signed up for college, when I graduated high school, they didn't offer a recreational nurse. I wanted to work with Down syndrome children, and so like they were like, we have geriatrics, and I was like, no thanks, hard pass. And I never did get past my basics, but it's but throughout life it's the weirdest thing. Like with Larry's mom, she raised boys, 3 boys. And so my mom was basically he married my mom later in life, right? They did get married and then they got divorced. Okay. It's okay, world's not gonna end. My aunt and uncle did that to my great aunt and uncle. Anyways.
Oh my God. I don't want to marry
Yeah.
one of mine.
No. No, I mean, it's just the way the cookie crumbled, and I mean, here, whatever, okay?
I've heard of that.
No, some people judge, but, yeah, so okay, so, yeah, her name was Marjorie, and she was a Pentecostal, like, itty bitty Pentecostal lady, but, I mean, just Pentecostal, okay, and I mean, again, I never was around her. I was an adult and with my own kids by the time they got married, or was that? Yeah. Anyways, and so towards the end of her life, I guess, we were at the office, which was my parents' shop office, and like grandmother was there, Marjorie, and one of the grandson and one of my stepbrothers, they were supposed to take her shopping. She had a few errands to go run. She couldn't see or anything like that, but so she couldn't drive herself. But so mom was like, "Can you bring her?" And I was like, "Yeah, I don't care." And so me and her would get in the car and we just piddled around town. I took her to the eye doctor. We just went shopping, and I was like, "Oh, what about this color? I like this color." Shirt, blouses, or whatever. And then mom, after that and everything, mom was like, "She loves you," and she was like, "What the hell?" And so anyways, I'm like an old person whisperer. Just kidding. I'm just saying. It's just interesting how, like, I was a caregiver towards, with my grandma, my mama Trahan. She definitely used my legs. Woof, I
I'm
missed
going to
that.
say some people are easier to take care of, than
Yeah.
other. And my mother wants to do. Oh my God, I have to
Are
beg
you
her
her
not.
legs?
Oh, she wants to wash dishes all the time. I'm going to wash these dishes. I was like, no. And today she fell and she got up.
No.
The cat was in her chair where she does her puzzle, and she was trying to make the cat get out of her chair. And she fell backwards and landed on a box of damn sweet potatoes that broke her fall. And so,
Wow.
and so then I was like, so Brutus alerted me that Grandma had fell. So I went in there and got her up and got her in the chair, and the cat scratched her meanwhile too. And so I told her, I was like, your what dishwashing days are going to be over for a week or so, because a cat scratch can get pretty nasty, you know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And she's so frail anyways, but oh my gosh, she is easy to take care of, and she's not. She's easy to take care of in that she's very independent and
Yeah.
wants to do stuff.
She's
And
got her mind, right? Like
oh
my
yes,
mama had her mind. She
she-
was
I think
gangster to
her
me.
eyesight is better than mine, because I need
Yeah.
cataracts taken off, and
Mhm.
stuff bothers her that she can't do, that she sees that I should do, and she tells me all the time, every day, and and no, she's like, this floor could use mopping, or you know, whatever. I just can't stay ahead of her curve.
Oh,
I
man.
can't.
I would go to sit down, one of my butt cheeks wouldn't even, it was about to touch the seat, and she's like, "Oh, can you?" And I'm like, "God, I like to do things while I'm up en route geographically, you know?
Yes,
I
yes,
do
yes.
work like that. It's logic, you know? It's just like it makes sense. If I'm gonna go to that room and I have 3 things in here, well, I'm gonna make trips, and I'm always gonna have that's something that my mama and my mom have made a monster out of me with that. I'll walk into a room and I'll be like, why do I even have this? I just carry stuff from one room to another.
My neighbor brought over a
Mm.
little Christmas gift for me, and it was a smartwatch, like I guess it's more like a Fitbit, but it's a generic one, like
Okay.
a smartwatch.
Ah,
Okay. Well, you
that
know,
oh yeah. I gotta
I could,
remember that.
I was like, what am I supposed to do with this, you know? And Caleb and my mom have been like
I'm like this.
scheming. Yeah, they've been scheming for my mother to have one, because it takes your blood pressure and all that junk, you know?
Okay.
And so, oh my God, they were so thrilled. They took like half a Sunday programming it to her. And now she's like damn Dick Tracy. And she
She's
has
doing
more.
this, huh? Tell her
No,
don't cheat.
oh, look,
She could cheat.
we went to the doctor's office, and she had to walk a lot. And then we went to the Goodwill store, and we barely got in there. And she was like, I'm too tired. And I was like, okay, let's
Right?
leave, you know.
Know your
Anyway,
limits, man.
look, she walked almost a half a mile with all the walking that we did. No wonder she was tired. And she was like,
Yeah.
I'm going to try to walk more than that tomorrow. I was like, oh my
That's good. I
God,
mean, that
Caleb's created a
I
monster. My
really
mother is.
I admire that though. You know,
It is. It's
that
really. She's working a
that's that
1,000-piece
thing
puzzle,
that they
girl.
have, that the older generation has, that you know, I mean, we got some of it, right, as grandkids, or
Have
you know,
we
as the
lost
generation.
everybody talking about no, we got more people. Good. I was like,
Hey, happy New
everybody's
Year, everybody.
y'all hearing about my mother. Look, about Thanksgiving, I went to the Catholic thrift store in Hernando, and I bought one puzzle. And this lady said, well, I'll make you a deal. I'll sell you that whole pile over there for $4.
Oh
And it
wow.
was 20 puzzles. Okay, so I
Oh,
brought them
all
puzzles
the pieces.
home. Look, my mother has worked all but 4 of them.
Wow.
Yes, and we've only missed one piece in all these puzzles that we've worked. So that's pretty
Wow.
good. And so the first
Go girl.
1,000-piece puzzle, I was like, I just couldn't even think about that. And so Mama said, so we got it out, but the pieces were big, even though it was 1,000 pieces. And so we
Yeah.
put it on the dining room table and had to work from all sides to get it done. But we got that one done. And girl, she is on her 3rd 1,000-piece puzzle. She has almost, up until we started the 1,000-piece puzzles. Well, no, she's worked 20 puzzles since Thanksgiving.
Girl.
Some
I
of
mean,
them
but
now
that
were,
keeps their mind sharp and busy,
oh,
and
yes.
I think that's awesome. I
I
really
went and
do.
bought her these little trays that you can separate the pieces in. And
Okay.
before
Yeah.
she starts, she puts all the side pieces here, and then
I
she
bet
goes
it's so
back
cute.
and puts all the red pieces on here and all the blue pieces, you know, and gets,
Neat.
she has a system to it.
Yeah.
And she just can't wait to go in there and work on them puzzles.
That's sweet. I mean, that's just, oh my God, like, it's like you're blessed in that sense,
I
to have
am, but she's
your
running
mom
out
this
of damn
long.
puzzles. Them puzzles are
I
expensive. I was like, y'all, she's
know.
got a expensive habit now. I
Maybe
got a
we need
deal.
maybe we need some kind of puzzle placement program or something,
Yes. Well,
and we can
a lot
trade
of
them.
people, yeah, trade them. I've got
Mhm.
somebody I'm supposed to go see that has a bunch of them. I gotta want let her give those
Yeah,
puzzles
trade 'em
away
out.
before.
I mean, that's
But
what I'm
but
saying.
at the same time, my mother's very controlling and all those things that are kind of difficult too,
Oh,
that you
she's
can't, and
yeah.
nobody else in the whole world knows that, or except for the 24, 35 people here that
Yeah.
that she can really be, and she does it in a way that other people don't see. She just has
I
a way of
understand.
looking at you,
Mama.
when she can look at you and you know what you've done, you better
Yeah.
get your ass in order and all that.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, totally. No, I know. I know. I know exactly what you're talking about. And I think a lot of us know exactly what you're talking about, if we
God
come from
dang.
that kind of family. I'm telling you
Uh,
that go to hell freaking if looks could kill my mom gave Lori when she was walking out the damn courtroom. I'm just like, "Oh, I've seen them eyes. Girl, you in trouble. You in trouble. I cannot wait." Now I can't wait for I will be front row with my popcorn
Oh,
and my damn it doll.
your mom's not a bit scared to let it, Lori,
My mom is
question
like
her.
she's like, "Let's get it on,"
I
and
can't
it's like,
wait
"Ding,
till we do
ding."
it tomorrow.
And I mean, I just never thought about that from her perspective in that way, and I'm just like, "Okay,
It's
oh."
not her first rodeo with Lori either.
No. Oh, man. It's so ballsy and so it's just evil of what Lori is trying to do because she will stop at nothing, and she can't look any damn worse.
You
She
know,
can't look any worse.
I know it was weird to you to watch that Sins of My Mother and all that junk, too, because seeing your mom and Larry portrayed by actors and stuff.
Oh,
And
that's lifetime.
oh yeah, and I know Kobe could hardly stand to watch it.
Oh my
And
god, it's bad.
I felt for him. I mean, I don't like to watch it just because I think the facts are all skewed. I heard
Yeah.
Mary Trump talking about watching the movie. What is that movie? It's something that Donald Trump was in, but I don't remember. But she was talking about the family dynamics, and she was like,
Mm.
when she was watching the movie where things happened in the dining room, she's like, we didn't sit in that dining room. I don't know why they made it, this, that, and the other. And by the
Hmm.
time that happened, my dad was already dead. And I don't know, it hurt her
Okay.
feelings how her daddy was portrayed.
Wow.
You
I
know what
bet
I'm saying?
so. I bet so. Oh,
And
it's like his cousin or something, huh?
yeah, The Apprentice.
I saw it
Yeah.
on LPV, I
Yeah,
think,
she
or
said at first
PBS,
she saw
whatever.
it and it made her sick. It just made her sick. The whole
Yeah.
thing made her sick.
It
But
is a lot. It's really hard for that Doomsday one, the one that Mom and Larry did initially, like, uh whenever they,
following him around, that's the one where they
yes,
follow.
and they went by Chad Daybell's house, and it was snow on the ground, and Larry said something like, "Wouldn't that be something if they were here?" And then come to find out months later, they were there, and that was just like, "Whoa." I mean, it's just
But there's some people would say, Larry knew. That's why you know what I'm saying?
oh, yeah.
Conspiracy people. I was like,
Whoa.
oh man, I just like you can pick anything apart. But and I
Oh.
felt so sorry for Kobe when he was talking about that too, because he said they went to Hawaii and they
Mm.
put
Yeah,
their ashes out, and he said that the sky turned
kinda
so
in their own
beautiful,
way.
and they
Yeah,
cut that shit out. They cut
yeah.
all the pretty sky out and all the stuff, everything that was,
I
emotional and
cried
spiritual
because
to
it was
him.
just it gives me chills. I mean, because but at the same on the other hand, I guess you could say that they did him a favor in a way where it didn't exploit that part of it. He can do it in his own way, and I love his
I'm guessing
ideas
that he wanted
about
the footage even.
controlling
I wonder
or
if he could get the footage that they cut, for his own
I don't know. I mean, I remember getting a copyright or whatever, or something take down. I don't remember what it was, but it was something about they said my video or one of my videos had, and I was like, "What are you talking? This is my damn family, First off, back the hell up, and I knew this was gonna be a problem as I was watching this unfold, and I was learning about YouTube and how to use it in the copyright, all the things. I just didn't
Yes.
have time to just dive into it because I like boring things like that.
You didn't know you needed to put a watermark shit
I
on something
knew it was
sent to the
going
damn
to be
FBI.
I knew it was gonna be issues,
But
and
I
I'm
mean,
just
that
like,
would be a
there's
piece
gotta
of
be a
advice. If
way
your child comes up missing, every picture that you send to the
is
FBI
done.
should
It's
have a watermark
forever.
and have a copyright and a trademark on it. Don't you fucking exploit my
Right?
kid.
No, I mean, so a part of me wants to, form some kind of committee or something. I mean, sure, there's already some out there, that deal with these kind of things, and the amount of exploitation that
I do
happens
not
to
know what nonsense has in mind for illegal things about how children are exploited. I mean, on
No,
YouTube,
I
I don't
haven't seen
because
it in a long time.
well, I don't know what she talks about it occasionally. I've heard her say, these laws need to be changed to protect the victims' families and all this kind of stuff.
That's why I
But
don't put them all
what
on the thumbnails.
exactly does that mean? I'd like to know.
Exploitation means like,
I
okay,
know
this is
what that means, but how can you stop it is what I'm talking about.
that's the thing. So, okay, so that's where I'm like, okay, if I put the victims on a thumbnail, that's exploitation. And now, or it can be, and it's a very slippery slope,
It
But then
is
there's
now.
creators, there's these companies, these media companies who every time it comes around for an appeal or anything to do with Lori and Chad, anniversaries, yada yada yada, story time, right? Exploit. And I mean, that's they do it for ratings, they do it for money and to control the narrative, in my opinion, if you ask me.
Well, I mean, to me, the few times that we have went, quote, viral or got a big following, I was in my brain. I was like, now what has happened tonight?
I
And it's
know, I
caused
go
this
and
to
study.
happen? But
I'm
I
like,
do know
what the hell
kind
did
of
I
what
say?
it is, but we cannot go there all the time. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Who wants to go there all the time? Some people do want to go there all the time.
I
You know
don't
what
know.
I'm saying?
I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's that stuff that's just like the court, basically.
Oh my
As
God,
time went
this
on,
stuff
and
is
and
so
the FOIA
stupid.
docs lined it out for you. It's right there. All you do is copy paste. You follow the little thing, and that's it. You pick your talk points. That's it.
We need to go through that. We need to
It's
start
not
with that
sliced
stuff.
bread invention.
It's going to
Just
be
saying.
here in just a few weeks, Crasher.
I know, and I am gonna have to, because the channel has, but
We
I
got
mean,
to, we got to
I've
step it up.
got to take care of him more. I can't,
Okay, well,
I
let me
try.
see.
Huh?
If there's a way for me to come on and just read the FOIA things and talk about it, and you come in and talk a little bit and take care of your business, I'm willing to do that. And also to put a disclaimer up here that nothing we say, please don't talk to any of these people. Nothing we
We just
say
put
is
that in the
nothing,
description box. That's
you
what I
know what
need
I'm
help
saying.
doing. I need help freaking because I got to type these damn things every damn week. That's what takes me so long. Typing them and getting a damn thumbnail up. Because I got to come up with a title.
Is there a template for that? I know
Yeah,
you
but
gotta
whenever I use StreamYard, it does not use the one from that I have saved to Google or YouTube. So there's not one you can that I know of that you can save to StreamYard. So it's like I think I've gone live from. Remember when I went live from YouTube that one day, and it was like, what is going on? It was all crazy because we had a bad storm come through. I think it was
right.
the first day of jury selection. I don't know what. It was crazy though. I was like, what?
And I was going to test like some of those other things that like the Restream and the
Restream is free. I don't know how to use it all.
I
And I
don't
don't
either.
have
It's real complicated, don't it?
StreamYard's
And I-
easy. You're not, it's like no matter which way you go, you're never going to have all the things. I was paying for an extra seat. And so I dropped my bill $15 a month for all these months, and I'm like, oh my God, I just had to stop for 2 seconds and just like, oh yeah, I only have this many seats, filled. Anyways, it was just one of those aha moments like, oh my gosh, that's a lot of money. It adds up.
I know it does.
Bread's $15 damn dollars a loaf, don't you know? God.
Oh, that is crazy. Now I feel so sorry for other people. While I'm shopping and getting and I'll see a young couple, and I remember how, I tried to stay on a budget, and you damn look down and one steak is like $15, and a young guy like that can eat 3 of them, and you know what I'm saying? I feel sorry for people when they're shopping.
You want to know what's really crazy is the fact that, since all this happened in my family, and this is where I've been right here. Jason has allowed me that space, and that privilege that, anyways, that, what I'm saying. He's allowed me to express myself through here and concentrate and focus on a lot of this and not so much the house stuff, all the things that make this house go round and round and help us survive. But ever since, with the traumatic brain injury from stroke and everything, it's just, I don't know, it's crazy. And so roles have reversed, or they're opposite or different. And so, like, I got to go snake the drain. I just remembered whenever I'm done with this, and I'm like, oh my God, we can't get the newer mobile home fast enough. I'm just like trying to just make it. And I just miss him for those just those things, it's just like, I'm tired, or I'm just,
Caleb is here.
I want to fall on it's not on purpose. It's not, nothing is intentional. It's just part of this condition, this thing that happened. And it's just it's a lot to take in. But he would do all the grocery shopping and all the things. Okay. And he would just tell me about sales, and this is this much this week. And I just be like, okay. But I mean, actually not going and applying and doing the shopping. So it's like culture shock when I'm just like, ow, it physically hurts, and I'm like, how much is that damn mustard? What the hell's in there? It's smaller.
When I saw this little girl running in front of her mother, and she runs and grabs a giant bag of Doritos, and her mama says, no, honey, we can't get those anymore. We have to go over here and get the golden flake.
It's all it's all damn air anyways. But then, I got Dr. Choice here. I don't need to be drinking these things anyway. So
yeah, I've got a bad habit of that too. Oh my gosh, I don't even know where I was with that, but I'm just saying that I sure wish that I had those videos from that JW Fairy Tales guy, because it was like, it just laid it out so smooth how actually all of these people, even though, they're being conditioned to be in control, so that at some time you can ask them to do stuff that normally people would not do if they were not under control.
Exactly. Or if they got the cognitive dissonance thing, or I mean, I don't understand confirmation bias all the way, or bias, just having just blinders on to a lot of things I don't even know or factor into things, and I'm just like, oh, I just want to be as neutral as possible. I really do. Like,
oh my, there's
3:40 in the morning.
Oh, I know it.
We did it.
Well, I already been to sleep. I went to bed at 8 o'clock and slept till I woke up randomly. And I've had a whole night's sleep. But I do want to talk about these things.
And that way,
I do want to talk about these deep things, and so we may have to do members only things, because you don't want to offend everybody.
I mean, would you want to do something just whatever you want to do. But I mean, I know you have your channel, so but you can maybe do it to both. I don't know.
Well, maybe we could do it to both, but for people to get to know who I am too, maybe.
Yeah,
I mean,
that would help. It's hard.
and
I mean, I wouldn't have gotten anywhere if it wasn't for the momentum of the case and just poking my nose in the damn thing. Like, hey, I'm here. You know. Other
yes,
than that,
you are
nobody
here.
know who the hell
You
I
know,
am.
Krisha, you say that you don't have whatever skills, but I'm going to tell you, you did a video, and I know it was a pre-done video where you talked about, I don't even remember, you talked real slow and methodical about what had happened to your family. And you do. It's just that you get so many, you probably, this is
Overwhelmed.
okay, everybody, y'all 35 people here, we're going to have a speech
Hey,
class.
Happy New Year. 2025
But
staying alive.
I interrupt people, and I know you do too, and you don't mean
Yeah,
to.
I'm not
It's
good.
like, oh my God, I got a thought.
Yeah.
And I'm going to have to maybe start muting myself when I get up here with you because I'm wanting, yeah, and all that, what I don't need to.
I do
Like I'm in
too.
church. Amen, sister. Anyway.
Praise the Lord. Yeah.
Exactly. But
I mean, I feel like I'm talking, like I'm sitting across from you physically, and I don't have the delay in the microphone and the technology, you know. I do the same
Yeah.
thing with me, and I was more
You're
aware of
doing,
it the
yeah.
last time. It's practice, and it's hard. It's
Look,
hard
I
because
worried about it. I was like, oh my gosh, I need to talk to Krisha about this.
you're self-aware. That's good. Some
And
people aren't.
look, so I was going to talk to you about interrupting people. And on that very day, you sent me a text about that. It's after you were on with Megan that time. And you sent a text saying, oh my gosh, y'all, I've listened to it and I interrupted Megan. And I was like, well, I don't even have to tell her. She knows what's going on.
Yeah. I'm just like, it happens.
Yes.
And I mean,
part
again,
of it,
we watch a lot of like LDS. That's just the way they communicate. I guess when you have the pulpit, and you speak, and then basically the women have to, I'm not being,
yeah, I
not a
did
blanket
notice that.
statement. I'm just
Yeah, if
saying,
you're listening to those meeting things, they're
yeah,
loud during it. They don't shut up while the
you
other
don't,
person's talking.
right. So it's like they're taught that, whereas, I mean, I have conversations, I'm not sitting here trying to be like, okay. And I mean, I'm not trying to be rude either. It's just, it's more conversational than, but I need to not interrupt. And
Look, the whole reason why we're doing this is to try and connect things. And when somebody says something that lights up one of those synapses in your brain to connect to something else that you've already been trying to, if you don't put them two puzzle pieces together while you're thinking about it, you might not come across it again for a while. So,
amen,
I
sister.
get it. I get it.
Well, and you're right. It's because my memory sucks since this. I'm like, what happened? What happened to my memory? It's not always been like the bomb.com, but it was freaking
Krisha,
acceptable.
we have been going to seminary for 5 damn years. We have studied
Oh,
way more
I'm
LDS
brainwashed.
crap than the people who are damn LDS. We've studied more about it. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's the damn, we don't use the right nomenclature. We don't use the right words, but we got the idea. And
that's okay, because it's like you got to translate that anyways, quite a bit.
Exactly. And so yes, our brains are damn full of all of this stuff.
I think people that are sorry, see, I did it. I think people that are here and everybody that's here and continues to be here or just finding us, whatever, you just kind of connect in that sense where you're like, oh, me too, I have ADHD, and you relate on things, and personality got to stand out somewhere, right? Just saying.
Yeah.
I mean, I wish I could be a more effective communicator. It's like the top of my list. I would love to do that, but I'd have to learn how to slow down. I'd have to get back on my medicine, and I can't afford it. Okay, so that's my problem. Okay, so
Well,
anyways,
maybe you could afford it. No, you probably still couldn't afford it, even if you got paid for taking care of him.
I need some damn Ozempic. Okay, anybody know anybody? I'm like,
You know, I think
I
that
just
they
need 1
have
round.
made that easier to get to, but you got to get some kind of insurance to get them to pay for it.
I'll
But
get it. I just
I,
need a pop. I'm sure I have
I
the
d-
damn
you
diabetes.
probably qualify for it
Right.
because of if you got checked your sugar and all those other things too.
No, I won't let Jason check my sugar. I'm like one of those people that I'm like when I used to go to the doctor, it's like white coat syndrome ish. It's like because I have anxiety, severe anxiety disorder, and like panic attacks, not so much. Let me not say that out loud. Been a lot lighter lately, but it's heavy. Like everything's on my shoulder, like I'm weighed down.
My regular
Um,
doctor makes me cry. I'm not, you know what I'm saying?
I
Just
miss
going
my
to the.
doctor. He died.
Well, I miss a
He
doctor
died in
that I.
2020, right between, you know, right before the kids were found, and that's during the COVID thing. And Jason had just had a thoracotomy, and my fucking world was falling apart.
That is a lot of
And I
stuff.
lost my
to get
doctor
through.
too. It's sad because it's Chad. Because like started seeing my doctor when I was 15, and I mean I was what 40, and so I mean he used to call kids tricycle motors. Oh, you're gonna have a tricycle motor? And I'm like, what? They pedal a tricycle.
My mom and my brother both go to the same doctor, and they've been going to him for probably 30 years. And they're so afraid that he's going to retire. And I mean, there's other people that are in the practice that they, too. I mean, everybody,
right?
Mama.
I tried getting in.
Well, all the nurses and everybody know my mom.
Me too. But they picked my mom and Larry, and then they were just like, "Yeah, no, we can't fit you." I'm like, "I've been calling before them." They got the good insurance, I guess. I'm just poor. I don't know.
Yeah,
it was frustrating because
I don't go to this doctor, but they both go to this doctor.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I just wanted to. I didn't want to have to go through all that. It seems exhausting to me. I can't wrap my mind around getting to the same understanding. My doctor went through all those things with me, all the things that I went through. And, I tell him, oh my God, he put me on different like depression medicines from the time I was 15 and started having panic attacks. And I'm like, I'm not depressed, And so not until I was in my 30s, whenever it dawned on me after Ashlyn, was diagnosed with ADHD or she's just ADD, whatever. I think they changed that now, but after she was diagnosed too, so my son and my daughter, he was more hyperactive than she was. But I was just like, oh, maybe that's what's wrong with me, right? Because I always thought something was wrong with me. Anyways, but I mean, so I kind of proposed that to my doctor, and I'm just like, because I mean, I'm just honest with him, I really appreciated that about our relationship or whatever. And he would see my mom, my brother, my uncle, Larry, Jason. I mean, he sent Jason straight to the damn hospital, and he had a thoracotomy, like, and then a couple months later he died. But I mean, it's just, yeah, it just runs so deep and such a long history with my doctor that it just seems, and still, I've been to one doctor since then, and I'm just like, now I feel like I'm so far gone. I'm scared to go, what I'm saying? And I know that's not good. It's not healthy. I get it, come at me. I get it. I deserve it. but I just don't know how. And then Jason's always, it's like experiencing trauma on a daily basis because the personality change that's happened because of his traumatic brain injury.
Yes.
It's like, okay, well, it's a different person. Still love him. You know what I mean? Like, it's nothing like that. It's just things have transitioned. And I'm just like, what? You know? And it's very confusing. And I mean, so he has episodes where, you know, he has issues with his throat and swallowing and his ulcers and his blood sugar. Like, he will. And so I'm just trying to figure this out. It's a lot to have to process alone
You
because
practically need to be
I
a
don't want
nurse.
to talk about it on here because he could be listening. I don't want to ever, you know, I don't want him
Yes.
to ever lose his
Yes.
dignity or anything.
Bless his heart.
Yeah, it's very hard to, I don't even know what to do with it, honestly.
See,
It's different.
I don't want my mother to see me struggle, like if I'm getting my feelings hurt or anything, because I feel like she will like take it,
Dignity,
you know,
man.
that it's
It means
part of
everything.
that it's her fault or something, you know.
Yeah,
so
and I
I
don't want
try
him to
to,
think that.
yes, I know that is really a lot of pressure on you. I wish I knew. It's like, I damn wish I had went to nursing school now, don't you?
Yeah, me too. It's just, and I mean, so it's like I feel like I have to be a barrier or protective person for, you know, our kids because, okay, like Jason will have these, and I don't know if this is, he was a mechanic, okay, and so he tries to diagnose things, and it's really interesting. I mean, I've seen him do it in the criminal justice system right here, you know, with the case and everything, and I mean, he's smart as a whip. He's brilliant in that sense, and he is smart as a tack. I mean, he still can have his wits, but it's kind of changing a little bit right now, and so it's a little scary. And he will have these episodes where it looks like he checked out, like infantile, like infant. I don't even know what to say about that. I don't even know what to call it. Except that the paramedic had told me one of the times, you know, that I need to give him peanut butter and jelly. So I have to go, well, I get in the kitchen and I'm like, you know, and I'm like, oh my God. And I'm running. And I mean, it's to the point where his depth perception, his thoughts, you know, he'll stutter a lot. He will, he's been in his own world. I'll tell you that. It's like a whole lot of dissociation taking place right now on all levels, in all of our lives. Like, I'll dissociate because he'll be eating and having trouble, and so I have to, like, I don't know. It's the craziest, weirdest thing. It's so it's traumatizing. And I know it is for the kids, and you know, it's just I don't know how to handle it. It's a lot.
I wish that I feel like you need a social worker, but it's like, damn, and it really gets
Right.
depressing to wonder if anybody cares enough to help you make
There's
arrangements.
so much
I mean,
going
I
on,
fucking
right.
know, I hate to say it like that, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
People who care don't know what to do, and people who do know what to
They
do
don't
don't
care.
care.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, it's, I'll do whatever I have to do. I just don't
wish that
know where
have
to
you
do
talked
how
to
to
Megan
start.
about this?
I really need to.
Maybe she could help you make an outline of
Hey, Donna,
where
it's
to go.
Megan. We gotta say Megan.
Megan,
Okay. I know it's
Megan.
I'll say Megan and then I'll say Megan in the next damn sentence. It's crazy. And I don't do it on purpose. It'd be like somebody calling me Cretia, you know.
That's
I'd be
exactly
like,
what I was about to call you, Cretia, just to be funny. But
or Dina, you know.
yes, you know, my
Oh my
mother has
gosh.
been called. Her name is Nina, and she's been called Nina so many times in her life. She don't even correct people anymore.
Oh,
And
bless her heart.
and anyway, it's anyway.
Hey.
Before my dad died, when my mom was, I guess my mom was like 70 something years old, and I was working in a printing plant, and so they had people who worked in the back that collated things. You know, had like tables with all this different information, and they would go around the table and put them in piles and stick them in an envelope and mail them off. And they did it for like FedEx, like the healthcare package that their employees would get and stuff would have all this different information in it that we printed. And so we needed people to help. And they asked me if my mom would like to come up there and help. So my mom started going to work with me. Yes. And she loved it so much because, I mean, you just need to be able to walk around the table and put the stuff in the envelope, you know. And
I mean, you'd feel like, I would think that it would make someone like your mom or your mom, you know, feel like they're attributing. And I think the worst thing is to not be needed. I don't want to be needed. And
she had
you
different
know?
lunch hour than me because all of them went to get lunch at the same time. And so she's like, well, she brought her lunch and ate with the other workers. And she had that was while I was working at that job. My dad had a heart attack. And so that kind of ended Mama working out because she had to help take care of Daddy then.
Right.
But
I
then,
feel like I'm going to have a damn heart attack.
then Mama had the car accident. And so all those people that worked where I worked loved my mama like they loved her. And so like I had to take off a bunch of work and people were donating their vacation time so I could stay at the hospital and stuff.
Yeah.
And
that's awesome. My great grandma did that later in life too. She actually had a nursing home. Interesting. Right.
Well, that was
just
a good thing. They brought that stuff in for people in the nursing home to do.
Oh, look, Donna, you need to read this too out loud.
Yes.
And I need to read it right behind you.
That's what I was going to tell you is two of the ladies from the church, from the Jehovah's Witnesses, want to get me to sign up for this caregiver thing, not so that I'll get paid, so that I can have some time off and they'll get paid. And I was like, I don't know about that shit either.
Well, but I get it.
So I told my mama about it. She said, I said, Mama,
repeat that, Donna, 5 times.
Linda Sue wants to come over here and sit with you while I go and do stuff. My mother goes, I don't need anybody to sit with me. She'll just be over here nosing around in the closet.
You sound like your mom. I don't even know that, but I just feel like you do.
It's funny.
You know? I think that's there's nothing wrong with that. And I mean, I get it. It's like nobody can do what I do. And I don't want anybody else doing what I should be doing or what I have been doing or what I do for others. Like my mama, like I tried to just, my whole thing was just to always get her dignity. I mean, there were times, you know, there were messes and I would not, you know, I would just keep focused on her and it's okay, Momo, you know, it's okay. You know, it's no big deal. Nothing. You're fine. You know, I'm fine. You're beautiful. Stop, you know, and just, that to me is the most important thing for somebody like that. I heard a woman one time explain how whenever her mom died, elderly parents, right? Her mom died. And so her dad got to where he couldn't take care of himself, right? And they put him into the nursing home. She made sure that, and I mean, this was, if you're going to put them in assisted living care, I mean, teach their own. I understand. And there's no right way. I don't know. I've not even broached that. I told my mom I'd let her pick out which one she wanted to go to. I was joking. I always joke with her about that. I know it's just one of those sick, morbid, dark humor things we have.
Hey,
But
Crush,
yeah,
you and your
yeah,
mother are pretty close together in age.
I
'Cause
know.
she had you so young. So by the time your
Right?
mother needs a nursing home, you'll be right with her's the problem.
We'll
That's
change each
what I
other's
told
diapers,
Mama the
man.
other day. I said, we can just move in together over there.
Mhm. Thelma and Louise. Just kidding.
Well, my
Well, I
brother,
mean, but
yeah.
so the daughter would make sure that she gave her dad a wallet with money in it. Always. She made him, she would make sure he had a paper delivered to him every day and that he had a watch. And it's like those things still made him feel, a man pays for things. A man is a provider, throughout traditional roles, just, that's what he's used to. And so, I mean, just those, it like gives me chills because it's like those simple little things are just, I'm sure that's not copy and paste for everybody. It made me think, I was just like, it's just that little bit of independence or dignity or responsibility, like you're needed, it just, I think that'd be the worst thing is just to be put in one of those homes and then just forgotten about or to be
My mom
alone in
and
this
dad,
world. It just,
when my mother had the car wreck and my dad had the heart attack, they were both sick at the same time. And so they got to go to the nursing home rehab together. So they were in the room together at the nursing home rehab and got to go exercise together. And
yeah.
the people at the nursing home were so excited because they hardly ever had a couple,
Yeah.
and also people that wanted to get better, because a lot of times by the time a person has a stroke and they're older,
Jason was too late.
It's a lot of work to rehab. And
He busted his ass though.
exactly.
I was just like, this dude is a freaking freak of
He's
nature. Like
he's
he's
trying to
like
get better.
he
Exactly.
might have rushed it though. I'm wondering. And I mean, I understand there's mini strokes you have. There's all kinds of things, and then the freaking dusting of the fog or whatever it's called.
Well, pressure, if
Making
the
people
rehab
sick.
people was working with him, they wouldn't, I don't think they would let him get out of line or go too fast or go too slow either. They're
That
pretty.
was a long time ago though. Oh yeah. I mean that
He probably needs to go back to rehab for his balance and stuff, it sounds like.
But look, there was a point in time, Jason is on disability. And so there's a point in time, and I don't understand Medicare. I know Medicaid, but I don't know Medicare. And so it's different. And so the way he's explained it to me is that he was penalized for not carrying a part, whatever. And so it would cost like so much money per month out, and it's a fixed income. And so, this is my work and it's not doing good. So it's just like, okay, well, just some things got to change, like, I don't know what to do, but just understanding the Medicare part just sounds like a damn part-time job all in of itself. And like, why would they penalize people who already don't have a lot of money? But then again, they'll give them a raise and then thou giveth and thou taketh. Because if they apply for food stamps or something, I've seen this, with other people, they'll make $7 too much a month or something. I'm just like, really? That's my grandma or whatever. That's just like, what? It doesn't make sense to me. Yet,
And the
I
richest
mean, back
people
in
in
the
the
day,
country are just rolling in it.
yeah, just have 7 damn kids or whatever, and then they claim income tax, just head a house. I'm just like, what the fuck is really going on here? It's nuts.
Oh, my neighbor is gone to visit her daughter. Okay, so she was the one who I drove and did newspapers with. Well, God forbid, she has had a boyfriend that she lives with, but except for they're more like roommates for the past, I don't know how many years. And I would be like, well, no, not at all like this. Anyway, so because he was drinks all the time and is real rude and talks ugly to her. And he got where he would just like not go to the bathroom and soil himself and stuff. Well, then he got sick and now he's in a damn wheelchair. So the only reason that I'm guessing she cares about him because she cared about him at one time, even if he's an honorary asshole. But anyway,
It's hers.
she didn't sign up for nothing. Anyway, so she's been taking care of him, not because she's getting paid, just because he lives there and, but he has nurses that come and see about him like a couple of times a week.
I signed up for that. And then
look,
I don't even remember what happened.
Kresha, she told him, I'm going out of town to see my daughter and you need to like get some sitters in here because I'm not going to be here.
Oh my God.
And they did not
come back.
No, look, I'm not finished telling the story. So I took her to the airport and so the next day they came. Well, she has her nephew staying there too. So he wasn't going to be alone in the house. But anyway, the nurse was supposed to be there. I took breakfast over there to him and they came and got him an ambulance and took him someplace. And I was like, I can't believe she said they called her yesterday and told her that she has got a suit against her for elder abuse. After she's been taking care of that man all
It's
of
abandonment,
this time.
right? Oh wow.
Well, she told him though. And plus she never signed anything saying she was going to take care of him anyway.
But I guess she assumed it,
Well, at any rate,
every action in a
I mean, for years she's been taking care of this man. And while she was gone, look, he told him
it may be out of his hands, it sounds like.
He told him that she was spending all of his money. And she said, he gives me so much money a month to help pay on the bills around there. And he don't just give me money. Anyway, he's tight with his damn money. Anyway, so he said, I don't know what she does with my money, that she goes to the casinos and stays at the casinos till all night long. He told all kind of shit on her.
That's a damn devil.
I got to pick her up at the airport tomorrow. Will they arrest her?
Might want to Google that one.
I'm so upset about it. I'm going to probably, he was so mean to her. Me and Caleb could hear him cussing.
I mean, did she tell him she was leaving? Yeah.
She did. I've been knowing she was leaving because I told her I would come over there and see about the dogs. And also she told me I could use her car while she was there because my car's broke. So I've been driving her car. Not every, you know what I'm saying? I went to the store and this and that. I ain't took no trip in it. But not God yet. Forbid, she's been I was afraid. This is my advice to her months ago because he's just so disgusting. And he would talk ugly and try to talk sexy talk, in front of people. And I don't like that. That's, anyway, so and just
it's
nasty. And two, while she was gone, one time she was gone to visit her daughter, he had a woman like coming over there to her house. And I wouldn't have told Wilma, but I was on the phone with her standing on the damn front porch and saw the woman go in her house. And I was like, damn, Wilma, there's a woman going in your house. Well, she should have kicked him out then. She has
an open door policy, I guess. I don't know.
I don't know either. But at any rate, I was afraid she would like get mad and hit him sometime because I would have done hit him by now.
Oh, Lord. You heard it here first.
I don't believe in hitting anybody really, but oh man, anybody that was, he was just so aggravating. I thought he'd have to be giving me a whole lot of money.
One of those abrasive people.
Yes. And now, because I was afraid back, I was like,
you don't know other people's situations. That's how I don't want to know. Like, that's your business. Like, I don't know. It's just because you don't know what Jane is doing, but or Jane and
Exactly.
John.
But I'm
So
just
I'm just like,
saying, I'm just saying, I never would have thought that would have happened.
right.
That,
Allegedly, her side. I'm just kidding.
oh,
You know what I mean. You know what I
yeah,
mean.
exactly. Oh my God.
It's just because it's like there's some unspoken politics in there, and then you end up being pretty much the bad guy. You get blamed basically because
yeah,
then they get
because
back together.
after he came back, they came back together, and I just didn't talk
There you
about it.
go.
I just didn't say, but I didn't speak to him. I didn't wave to him. I didn't, I just like, I'm just done with him.
Yeah.
And then
I don't like that. That's I'm just like,
Oh,
I don't like
girl.
drama.
Listen, it was bad enough before this. Okay, she was married and her husband had a motorcycle wreck and he was not right after that. And so he went to live with the daughter. Okay. So while he was gone to live with the daughter, she got a boyfriend, this guy that is now accused of elder abuse. And so he came to live with her. So then the daughter calls after they've been living together a couple of years and says, hey, daddy wants to come back and live with you. And she goes, well, I got somebody living with me. So she had her husband and her boyfriend living in the same damn house.
It sounds like no respect of boundaries or anything.
Oh my God. I was like, Wilma.
Sounds pretty toxic, I mean, just woo. My ex-in-laws were like that. I remember
would be scared
whenever
somebody get killed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Whenever I was debating on whether to continue my first marriage or not, I was just like, if I'm doing it all, I may as well just be my damn self, And I mean, I had been with them from the time I was 16 till I was 24, and anyway, so I remember talking to my mother, and she bless her, I love her, I still do. She'll pop up in here every now and then, but I remember, she was in a 30-year long marriage, and she was like 14 or 15 when she got married, to his dad. And I mean, it was a very toxic relationship as well. And I remember her telling me, she was like, I mean, me and so-and-so, she said her husband's name. She was like, me and blank, we've been married 30 years. And I'm just like, like, definitely don't want that. So yeah, definitely I'm like, divorce it is. It did not that actually I wasn't even thinking about that. And I was just like, yeah, no, definitely hard pass on that. But I mean, I understand, just that's all she knew, I guess. I don't know.
I don't know, but she's a very nice lady, and she's older. She's older than this man accusing her of elder abuse.
I feel like I'm a damn elder.
She said, I'm more elderly than him. Nobody's taking care of me.
Oh, man.
And they've got him on hospice, and he's not terminal. I thought you had to be terminal to be on hospice.
I don't know all that stuff. I don't know all that stuff. But yeah.
Look here, she's like, bad nurses make me mad. As used to be a care worker, they're whistleblowers to if you, yeah, that's what happened. Is somebody, I don't know, somebody got mad and turned her in for something, but don't know the whole story. And like I said,
well, she can fight her case. I mean, so there you go. If she's done nothing, then she has nothing to worry about. That's how I look at it.
Yeah. She was mad. I would thought I'd been crying if somebody accused me. But I got accused one time. Caleb got a burn on his leg.
Oh,
and somebody turned me into children's services and said that I was not getting proper care for him, and started like an investigation. And oh my gosh, I didn't trust anybody because I didn't know who had done it. I couldn't imagine, because I was getting proper care for him, who would.
Yeah.
And it ended up being, I'm pretty sure, the lady in the office at work, at his school, because I'd have to go down there and get him. And her child had a burn, And she would say, well, what antibiotic is he on? And I was like, he's not on an antibiotic. And the lady said, well, if he has a bad burn, he should be on an antibiotic to keep it from getting infected. And I said, well, it is not infected. And so she argued with me every time I'd go in there about had I got him on an antibiotic. But we were soaking it like 3 times a day and all this. Like there was a
I mean, do you think maybe it was religious related?
Maybe it was. Maybe
Was
she
she
thought
targeting you? I
that.
mean, do Jehovah's
Yeah, maybe she
Witnesses,
thought I wasn't getting proper health care.
you
Maybe
know,
that could have
just
been
like
it.
there's those Mormons
But
who, the extremos, you know, who deny children die.
well,
You know
I'm
what I'm saying?
guessing that it's just different. Well, I don't know. You definitely do not want to get a burn infected. I know that. And his burn was like, it
I
was
have
big.
a
It was
road rash right here.
It
Oh my
was
God.
bigger than it was much bigger than a business card, complete with no skin on it, because
Poor
a tire, like he was on a motorcycle, like not a motorcycle,
Yeah.
but a mini
I
bike.
know,
was
girl.
great, and got
2014,
his
I flew 120 feet.
pants leg got caught in it, and the tire spun on his leg.
Oh my
And
God, road rash is the worst.
it was
is the
like a
burn.
first,
Ooh.
second, and third degree burn on his leg from abrasion from that tire. And
Oh my God.
it was bad. He has a huge scar on his leg. If it was any place but his leg, they would have done skin grafts. But anyway, I had to come and get him out of school. He could not stay in school because it would start to run, it would seep liquid, and you
I
cannot
ran out
be
everybody in my doctor's office waiting room.
you cannot
I was
be
like, oh my God.
you cannot be at school with dripping bodily fluids. And so I had to go get him every day and bring him home and soak his leg. And it was a whole ordeal. And then to have somebody say I wasn't doing enough, it was really, and you know what I'm saying?
People say.
Well, they were coming to inspect your house, coming to see what you got in your refrigerator.
Them the hell out
your kid.
because don't trust them either.
They went to Caleb's school and interviewed him privately without me knowing about it to find out things,
I mean, and I kind of look, I mean, and from a selfless view, I'm trying to, if I were to believe that system was not nefarious at all and or complicit in contributing to the sex trafficking problem, okay, I'm just saying, then I would actually, that's happened to me, and I'm glad because I don't want to, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to be the cause of anything either. Yeah, I want my kids to be safe and healthy and happy. And
somebody else, yes.
Yeah. And I mean, I understand how, but some mothers, some parents, they just don't know. They're not taught. Look at little Harmony. I mean, that is horrible. That's a horrible case right there that totally that totally failed her every which way. But I shouldn't even said that because it just pissed me off all over again. Oh, do you know what I'm talking about? Harmony Montgomery?
I don't know about her.
Girl, she was little blonde, New Hampshire, I think it was Adam Montgomery and Kayla Montgomery, and anyways, but he still hadn't told him where the remains are, but he's already been sentenced and everything. Little thug, piece of shit. Anyways, we gotta do better. We gotta save the kids. We gotta help the kids. It's all about the kids. Where are the kids? Where are the kids? And I want to, I don't know. I don't know what else to do besides, if anybody has an idea, putting anything to a bill. I don't know how to do it. I've never done it.
Or what exactly to ask for.
Yeah, I don't know how this goes, and I know I haven't. I'm surprised too. You were? Oh, you were a CNA? Cool. That's awesome. I mean, thank you for your service. I mean, for real. Even caretakers, this is your job is important. Your role is important. I think so. I mean, anytime we intercept or intertwine or cross paths with especially more vulnerable people, whether they're children or are elderly, they're or are disabled, or I don't know all the proper terms if I'm saying that wrong. But I'm saying it with love. Like, I mean, there's so many people that need help. I mean, when I look at it like that, I'm like, I shouldn't even be bitching or complaining or whatever. But again, I have to, the best way that we can like help others or to be healthy and to be able to be there for everybody else, or to help others, basically, we have to take care of ourselves first. Like, it always reverts me back to what Mama just said over and over again. And I love those old wives' tales, those old sayings, because they mean a lot when you really think about them. It's just metaphorical, and she would say, sweep around your porch, and I'd be like, what's your thing with brooms? Just, and that just meant like, make sure you're everything that you're trying to push onto somebody else, and judge somebody else for, or project onto somebody else. Make sure you're squeaky clean. You don't live in a glass house, basically. So it's like, you can take it all kinds of different ways, but it's just a lot of times it's easier for us to project our anger and throw that on and hurt people, and so because I'm not taking care of me, I'm miserable, and so I'm spewing that shit on everybody else, and I'm sorry. But I don't mean to. It's just, it's such a fragile, it's such a weird, I don't know how to approach it. I don't know what to do, or how to feel, or what to feel, or I don't know how to be proactive in this at all.
I saw,
and I'm sure you didn't either.
I saw this illustration, and it felt so how I feel. It was like, it was a gate, and it was shut, and there was all this like little herd of goats, or probably sheep. I don't really remember what, but they were all standing behind this gate that was shut, but there was no fence. They could have just went around the gate. And I feel like I've got stuff like stopping me, but there's ways around it.
It's
I just
you
have
stopping yourself. It's we stop ourselves. I
Yes,
do.
exactly.
Oh my God, I do. Look, I used to do, like, whenever I was a big drinker, I thought I was a social butterfly. I was like, woo, I thought that I was an extrovert, and then I quit drinking in 2018. I just was done, and it's around the same time I met Jason, and then, I mean, I was just like, wow, everything was great. Like, I didn't, it's like you don't want to say anything or do anything, because it's just like, wow, just everything was just lining up, and then bam, just the bottom fell out a bunch of times, and whatever, I don't know any other way. And a lot of you guys, like, we don't know any other way. You have no choice but to get up and just keep on, so we're very resilient. And
I kind of got myself in a bad place in that, and I know that.
Oh yeah,
It's like, of
I just
all of
remember
our people, we don't have homes, we don't have cars, we don't have nothing.
groceries.
So,
Yeah,
so
we
bad.
almost didn't have Christmas. It was just like,
Oh my
okay. I
gosh,
just
don't
tried not to
even.
worry about it.
Me too.
But I mean, it's just freaking Christmas. I don't like lying. I don't like having
Well,
two
I
sets
put
of
up in a damn
presents and
little tree
bullshit.
that I already had, and the ornaments I already
We did
had,
too.
and I went and I
I'm
went
just
to
like,
the
I'm
one place
sorry.
I have a credit card, and I bought Hayden
Yeah.
something.
No,
and
I get it.
and then I ended up being sick Christmas morning and couldn't go anywhere because we were cold, had a cold and sick. But I was like, my Christmas spirit was like at only 15%. And
I was up here this year, but yet my pocketbook didn't match
yeah,
it. I was just
that
like,
makes a
man,
damn difference. It really does.
yeah,
Because I saw
it does.
pictures of Christmas years ago, and as hard as I was on Dan, he sure did fund a bunch of Christmases for my
But that's
kids.
just stuff that's our programming too, because that's how I was raised. And so I'm telling mom, over as I'm growing up and getting older, I'm like, Santa was not real, like this, it was a lie, and so it's like it sets you up for all the deception. Like I said before, especially if you're raised to believe in God, okay, but you're also raised to believe in the Easter Bunny, you're also raised to believe in Santa Claus, you're also all the things. But then as you are approaching and coming into adolescent, into your teenage year, whatever, then it's like, oh, well, I was just lying about that. I'm sorry. But it's magical. Okay. It's magical time. And then, like now I'm finding out, I'm learning that this is all inverted and it's all, and look,
I get the
identify
light.
as any religion, I'm just,
I get the lights
scared.
at Christmas. I really like how the lights are and everything.
You're Jehovah
Because
Witness. What the hell?
it's so
Wait,
damn
wait.
dark. It's so
backwards.
dark. It's dark in the wintertime. We need the damn lights.
Yeah,
Anyway,
we're backwards, and they got us celebrating their damn Dark Lord stuff, and we're just like, okay, and then we're lying to our kids about it. Exploited all the way.
I saw this video, and it was this man talking about being depressed and having anxiety all at the same
It
time.
sucks.
And the name of the video, I think, was something like "The Truth Lies."
That's good.
And he was saying that that most of us are able to walk around with certain things like Santa Claus and all those
Same.
things. They're actual lies. But he said,
Mhm.
but you're talking to people, and he was like, sometimes people like, how are you doing today? And they're like,
Mhm.
there's people having wars and this and that, and we're all gonna
Oh,
die. And he says,
yeah.
well, yeah, but normal people walk around every day knowing these truths
Yeah, it's not just a
without
yeah.
it being like in the front of their mind all the time,
Well,
And
that happened. I was 15 and I was like, it's like I had a moment where I don't know, I had some glamour shots taken or whatever. And anyways, there was one on the wall. I was young. I was 14, 15. And I remember just looking at my own picture one day and I was just like, you're going to die one day. I'm going to die one day. And it was really freaky. I mean, I had that, the disorder. It's something obviously. And I mean, I still got to get to the bottom of this, but I really feel like it's stuff from my childhood. It's stuff that has not been processed through yet. And it's like once I get through all that stuff, whatever that is, then I feel like the anxiety, and I mean, it has left to some degree, or I've learned how to like mask it or control it or get it under control, whatever that means. There's times it sucks with that, with anxiety and panic disorder. It's like my mom don't even understand because I don't wish it on anybody else. I mean, she's had panic, but I'm just like, well, I don't think they're the same then, because she told me one time, I mean, this was within the last 10 years, okay, and I'm 46. And she said, "Hey, have you ever tried doing jumping jacks?" And I was like, "Well, why the hell didn't I think of that?" Like, and I'm just like, I've tried every damn thing. I have tried everything within my little brain, my capacity, and the things that I've researched about, like it's internal, I believe. And so I used to be way worse than this. Not with not finishing my sentences and things like that. I think it's just mush brain. It kind of it sheds light to dementia, early dementia, and like Alzheimer's and stuff, how trauma in the brain, if you have CPTSD and complex trauma, traumatic brain injuries and stuff like that, it can like cause early dementia. I think. I don't know. Don't quote me on that. I have not really dug in there because I have all
I've
this
had
other shit
about
put
4
together.
concussions. I had I got in a car wreck and had a head injury and
Oh man,
had a concussion. That was like in 1999.
that's what
But
happened.
well, no, I had a concussion before that too because I was in a
Uh-oh, it's two. Just
oh
kidding,
man.
girl.
I've
Yeah,
hit
you
my
can't
head.
remember now,
No, I do because I don't remember what year
Lordy.
it was, but we were in a
Girl.
hammock. It was like a bunch of us, and it let loose, of course, on my end because of my fat ass, probably.
Oh,
And
shut
my
up.
head hit the tree, and I was like dizzy for
Mm.
like 2 or 3 weeks. I had to go to the doctor and get stuff for vertigo, and but then because the other time in 1999, I was knocked out cold that time. So I do think that it makes a difference. And two, the more times you get head injuries, I feel like I need to be wearing a damn helmet.
You know what is it I mean blows my mind because I used to be this is what I was trying to say earlier. I was so reckless and in a sense where it's like okay, being promiscuous and living on the edge that way, self-sabotaging myself. I would set myself up without even knowing I was setting myself, and I still kind of catch myself, and I'm like, girl, all you do is just setting your ass just by procrastinating and things like that. And then I'm freeze up when I'm about to come on here sometime, or I'm just, I don't know why I always skim it or just, I don't know. It's the weirdest thing. And it's like I automatically sabotage myself by doing the procrastinating, knowing that I have to do this, but it's just like I freeze. It's the weirdest freaking thing, and it's aggravating because it's just mind over matter. I mean, I've beat other things that I was done with or had set in my
Crystal,
mind.
that's part of the trauma response too, is freeze. People don't think they go fight or flight, but they don't think about freeze is also
Right.
a trauma response. And
Freeze is
also,
my response.
look,
That's why I'm
when I,
always like, that's why I don't
oh,
answer text and I'm just like, sometimes I don't know what to say or I want to give it more than just a short answer or
okay.
I'm an explainer.
Well, what's worse than that is also the fawn, and it's like fight, flight, freeze,
What is
and fawn.
fun?
Fawn is like, oh, I'm going to say some stuff to make this person not be as hard on me. Like this person who's abusing me, and I know they're
Oh,
abusing me. I'm going to go, oh, I'm so glad that you're here today, and that's a nice
oh,
hat you've
although
got
you're
on.
gonna
And
abuse me. Oh
oh,
wow.
yes. Look, I'm real bad to do that. About get around the
Protecting.
person that I'm abused by and try to make pretty with them. And I
Well,
hate
that's
it.
interesting though. So it's like, okay, then it doesn't sound so far-fetched whenever we ask what, like with the Diddy ring and everything. And you're like, well, how come, we're just now hearing about it? Well, it's because this is going on. It's generational too. And so if there's this fawn response, like, if that's how that
Yes.
goes, then
You see it with the presidential election too. People who
oh, and
felt
Stockholm
one way
syndrome.
and now I'm gonna like, oh, because I felt
Mhm.
one way and now some other way happened, I'm gonna fawn this person, whatever happened. You know what I'm saying, or do you? You've seen it. Yes, me too.
No, I'm
It's like
agreeing with Kelly right here.
everybody in the thing. A mass. My
Mine
finances.
has changed, Kelly. Like I'll go from that. I mean, that's interesting though, Donna. Like I'm gonna dig into that some more.
Yes, that fawn
Uh,
response. Yes,
yeah, I
I
freeze
noticed it.
and I don't know how to react, so I usually just don't. Like I'm just like I don't like Miss
I'm
Janine. Okay,
paralyzed.
Miss
That's what.
Janine in Rexburg. Her husband Clint died, and I'm just like This is the first time I'm saying it out loud, and I don't know how to react. I don't know how to respond. And she's been one of the main people, beautiful people who has accommodated my parents, befriended my parents, her and Mr. Clint. And I mean, they just had his funeral. I just don't know what to say. I don't know. It's death too. And so I'm just like, it's happened with everybody who's died ever since the murders, it's just like, I don't know what to say. And it's not intentional. It's not being ugly. It's just like, I don't know what to say. I don't know how to say it. And it's as appreciative as I am for everyone here, helping me process this, helping other family members process this, you know what I mean? Like just being humans. And I can't do that for somebody else. I mean, it's just, and it's shame myself. It's just different things. There's a whole lot going on. The regular trauma does
Sometimes I
stuff.
feel like, what can you say, And it's like when
I
someone
could
dies
reach
and you're
out and
like
say,
in
I'm sorry.
typing,
I'm here.
you're going, well, exactly. But I feel like everything that I could say has already been said in the comments
I know.
above.
And
And
everything
so,
that's been said. Yeah.
but I mean,
It
that
just
is how
feels
you
good.
feel. But you know what the problem is, Krisha, is that is part of the narcissistic abuse and that of your life, because that is being saying that you're sorry, or
You
that
don't want to say the wrong thing.
yes, you overthink your like, you think people are not even going to believe you. This is
You're
happening to
reading the
me, and
room
it's so
big time.
bizarre that
Hyper aware.
they're not
Yes.
going to believe me. So I've got to like over explain every detail,
Yeah.
and I thought, oh shit, that is so me too.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I had a friend that was a
Walk
narcissist that
eggshells.
really did me
It'd
bad,
be like living with damn Lori or something.
and it was crazy. And
Wait,
I
say that again?
still, huh?
Say that again. Say that.
I had like a friend, a girl who was my friend,
You had a
who was,
girlfriend?
yes, it felt like that whenever we separated. It felt like, even though it was not romantic, it was so close that I felt, oh my God, it was. And her boyfriend, he's abused too. And we were like, I went to court for him and testified for him against her because she was suing him ridiculously. Anyway, now he won't
In your
hardly
opinion.
speak. Yeah, and he won't speak to me. He wants, I mean, I like sent him a text to do something around Christmas, and he goes, I don't go around people because of the abuse I've suffered, and I'm so agitated. And I thought,
Oh, okay.
I
Well, I
thought,
mean, at least he's telling you though. That's hard to
well,
do.
I said, I
It's
absolutely
hard.
told him, I'm glad you got 5 friends you can talk to about this. That's what he told me. He
Yeah.
only had 5 friends. I was like, be glad you got 5.
Well, Donna.
You know what I'm saying? I did tell him
Oh,
that
man.
because
Yeah.
oh my gosh, but he just like, he's the one that I stood up for him, and a lot of people told me I shouldn't, you know what I'm saying? Don't get involved in their business, even though I was like so tight with them, that I felt like I was obligated.
Relationships change. They do.
Then, but then he had the nerve to get on to me for being involved with you and the YouTube thing, because he was calling me Nancy Grace and
No, come out. No, I'm being.
but I was
I
like,
was
it's the
upset.
same thing. You don't understand. It's the same situation. I feel like the
It's your
battle you
outlet,
are
yeah.
fighting, Krisha, is a battle I'm fighting too. Because I feel it. I've been abused this way. The religious thing is terrible. The whole thing. I understand.
But you can't let them, like, I don't want to allow, I'm not going to be their victim. Like, I'm not. I just won't. Like, I understand, there's the co-victim shit. I don't want that mentality. And I mean, anyways,
Okay.
it's because this
Okay.
is what these Satanists are doing. They again,
Ma'am.
they're inverting it. I'm learning that.
Excuse me.
Girl. It's dry cough. All right. Oh, she muted. Okay. Poor thing. I feel helpless whenever, Jason's coughing or choke. You know what I mean? I'm telling you, it's like near-death experiences every day. Chad ain't got shit on us. I swear. I mean, has anybody else experienced that where you dissociate? It's like, because I can't help him. I don't know how to help him. I'm right here. We're always together. That's another thing. you know, and it's just very trivial to me. I don't know. I haven't really talked about it, so I'm glad y'all let me talk about it today. Thank you, or tonight, this year. Oh,
I'm
go ahead. I'm always talking. Always
oh
talking.
well, no. I was just gonna say, it is your brain can only, do so much. And I was like, I felt like at first with that guy that he thought I was trying to get a date, but really because
Wow.
I'm gonna tell you why. Because all the time, because this narcissistic bitch accused everybody of always trying to date her.
That was like me earlier when I'm like, okay, I'm gonna mute, and then anyways, sorry about that. Yeah, my eyes are heavy. I'm like sitting, my hair's getting it's been all frizzy. It's all humid in here. You did in the past.
I'm back, but I'm not good and back. So
Oh my gosh, I hate when it
uh,
goes down the wrong pipe, and I'm like, how do you do that? Only me. Well, there's others that ask these same questions every day. It's gonna be okay. We just have to
yeah.
keep on. We just have to keep on. I don't know, and we have to prepare for Lori's law services. I'm gonna get my damn glasses back, right? Oh my god. We're gonna have like a pool, a betting system. We'll be like, all right, how long is Kay gonna last? How long is Lori gonna ding ding? No, I'm kidding. That's gonna be crazy. And then I told Jason, I was like, I don't know if I can really trust myself if that bitch goes off or something. I'll be like, what'd you say to my mama?
Look,
Hey.
Crash.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Oh yeah. Larry had him in his shirt when we left out of the courtroom at
I'm
her,
ready.
had her when they were like guilty at her trial. Right. He has him on whenever he's right here in his shirt, whenever he's talking on court TV, and he said, "Love always wins." Yeah. Because I'm like my mom. We're like right there talking under him, and we're like, "Love always wins," and he's repeating it. Anyways, I don't know. I look at them and I'm just like, none of this was necessary. Oh, I did talk to my brother too. He's doing good. Talked to him. He doesn't have that much longer to go. Thank God. I just hope he is ready in his own way. Whatever. I mean, I'm never one of those people that is like, go to rehab or, my love is conditional. I don't like that. Don't, thou giveth and thou taketh shit is for the birds. Stop. Don't do that. It just, anyways. So, I mean, I when he's messing up or whatever, I don't want to like be around him. You know what I'm saying? So I won't be part of that drama. I won't get like wrapped up in it. I won't entertain it, but I will always be a sister. I will always it's like he's the only other person, the only other human that knows exactly, basically my life story and I know his, to same home, same childhood ish. How do you use the ladies' room? Dissociative, yes. Huh? Oh, okay. You must be talking to text. Trace does that. Yeah, Angela says, love those glasses. Pressure, yes. Yeah, I don't know. I just noticed that I'm like, do it whenever, like, he'll just go into one of his spells. Now I can't do that whenever he checks. That's the freaking scary thing, is that checking out thing. I mean, it just really looks like he's not home mentally, but it's so fast. Like by the time I get back with peanut butter and jelly and I, help him, I mean, I don't even know I don't even know what it is. Is it neurological? Is it his blood? I was thinking it was blood sugar dropping. And so I don't know. I'm not a damn nurse. And yeah, the shock doctrine all the way here. And it's scary and it's traumatizing, y'all. It's just we don't know how to help. And he's a hardhead. Okay, I'll just say that. He's a very headstrong person. And sometimes there can be bickering. It's a totally different personality I'm dealing with. And so I'm just like, I don't even know what's happening right now. I don't know if anybody else has had experience with somebody who had a stroke or traumatic brain injury in that sense where it changes everything. Everything just role reversal. Now, my mom dealt with this with her late husband, trauma, brain trauma, and their roles reversed. I remember that, but it's hard. It's hard. I don't want to be not taking care of him appropriate. I don't know how to take care of him. Is what I'm saying. Like, I don't know how. I don't know. And it took me a while to even realize, like they didn't tell me this. They didn't tell us this at the hospital, or if they did, I don't remember. Okay. There's a lot. It's a lot. Everything's been a lot. Everything's just, and so like whenever they sent him home, I mean, as fast as he recovered, to the degree that he recovered, I mean, they were just like, wow, after so many weeks, basically that's about, you're going to pretty much level out. And, I mean, he blew their minds, my mind, crazy. He's a beast. He's got a strong will. And, but it's like, yeah, he even dissociates. It's the weirdest, craziest. I don't know what the hell's going on. It's so Twilight. It is. It's a stare. Yes, I think I heard it's a side effect from the stroke. Oh wow, I know. Girl, I'm gonna sue you. I'm just kidding. No, I'm not a professional though. I think I read it though. I have heard about, yeah, the mood changes, and then just like saying, Jason, you need to take your antidepressant today. It's just like, okay, everything's a damn fight. Yeah, and I'm just like, just take your pill, and I just, oh, he's a grown man. Like, what? How do you know what I mean? It's just a whole different dynamic and a whole different thing that I'm not used to. I don't know. Yeah. So it's interesting though, because I'm thinking and it could have something to do with the blood sugar, but it also could just be, neurological. And so I'm like, well, because he threw that on me last night. He was like, I think it's whenever, because he's always trying to diagnose things. And yeah, oh my God, Mr. Mojo says the mind takes a dive. Yes. Oh my gosh. Yeah, my mom on train had strokes. And I mean, it's just different, I mean, hers, I don't remember this part of it, is what I'm saying. I mean, like, I know she would get more depressed. She would cry a lot more. Same. He was always happy, but just, I don't know. It's like even getting depressed with his own self-image. Disappointed in himself, and it's late. It's 4:49. I'm freaking like, wow. Yeah, I'm tired. I know. I've really enjoyed like just chat, like old friends, just chilling.
I'm gonna have to go back and listen to the hour or two that you talked before I got up here.
Nah, you didn't miss none. Yeah, so it's 4:49 here. Happy New Year's to you guys.
I'm so glad you did this, Trisha.
And I was like, come on, telling myself, like, just get your ass going. So my hair is frizzy because I didn't get to flat iron it all the way. That's okay. It's okay. I'm here. And I was like, okay, I didn't get to show up for Christmas Eve. So I was like, I really have to. I don't want to let people down. It's hard. You know what I mean? I wrote this down. It says, you're not grown until you know how to communicate, apologize, be truthful, and accept accountability without blaming someone else. It's in the notes.
A whole lot of people still ain't grown up.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to get down and let you say goodnight so that I got to go to the airport and get my friend.
Oh, goodness. You better get some coffee or something.
Oh,
some Red Bull.
All right. Love you.
Thank y'all so much.
Good night,
I love
y'all.
you too. Oh, I just saw the Love Always Wins, and there's Uncle Charles and JJ, and there's Tylee. Whoa. Tylee, Todd. Whoa. It's so backwards. Oh my gosh. It's so weird when it's opposite, There's that picture right there. See the man and the boy? And that came with the frame, but that's exactly the mental image I got with Uncle Charles and JJ. I mean, again, but JJ was, his age. He wasn't grown up like Lori's. Whatever. But and so I kept it with the frame because their backs were facing me. They're just opposite. JJ was on Uncle Charles's right. It was a dream. And I remember I had to tell my mom and Larry that dream that I had. And it was Christmas Eve in 2000. What? I always get them mixed up, y'all. I scheduled this live for January 31st, a whole month from now on accident. So that was 2019. And I was just like, I don't have to tell you, but my soul needs to tell you that I had this dream and that they, they had their backs to me. JJ was to Uncle Charles's right. And Uncle Charles was looking down at JJ, but JJ was just, he didn't look back at his dad is what I'm saying. He was just looking straight forward. Both their backs were to me though. And they were just like moving away from me. And that was it. Anyways. And that was right as the story was hitting the airwaves. And yeah, it's been batshit crazy ever since. So yes, look, we've gotten justice 2023 for Lori in Idaho, 2024 for Chad. I mean, we're two for, we're going all the way, right? There's no quitting. There's no crying in baseball. There's, right. We're going to apply the law. Love always wins. Yeah. I mean, I say there's no crying in baseball, and Uncle Charles was a baseball player. It's those little things. 78 doesn't take responsibility. Yeah, I get it. I just can't talk about it because, dynamics. It's crazy. It's a very, very weird life, Hey, Chris. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. You blew my mind the other day with the whole Mel Gibson and the Phil Nygaard. I was like, I've always heard that name, Phil Nygaard, and I was just like, and when you said it, I still don't really even know much about him, but I'm about to know because that's how we go. That's how we roll. So staying alive in 2025, okay? That is the motto. So anyways, all right, well, I'm going to go, look, I'm all like one eye in Westlake and one eye in Sulphur. I say that because there's two towns named that here, cross-eyed. Anyways, thank y'all for hanging with me and Donna and thank you, Trace. And my brain is fried right now. Just thank you, mods. Let me just do that. I love you guys. And justice for Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe. Love always wins. And that science says it, and so it applies. Bye.